trying to find out if you know how many people signed both the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution. 215-263-WMMR. I will go to Sean for the answer. Yo, Sean, morning, bud.
Good morning.
All right.
The answer is 6.
6 is right, yeah. No beating around the bush. You got it, Sean. Hang on a sec. I'll give you a family 4-pack of tickets to the Adventure Aquarium. Discover 65 tons of beach fun. And you can check out these supersized sand sculptures that have taken over Adventure Aquarium, but it's only for a limited time. You can get tickets and information at adventureaquarium.com. In the entertainment report, we'll start with the royal family. On Wednesday, Buckingham Palace released a statement announcing that...
It's time for the royal update with Preston Elliott Esquire.
I'm an Esquire.
Yeah, I gave that to you.
Thank you. Prince Harry will be attending King Charles and Queen Camilla's coronation in May. The statement also declared that Meghan Markle will not be in attendance.
He's getting obstructed view seats, though.
Oh, that
which kind of sucks.
So the statement said, Buckingham Palace is pleased to confirm that the Duke and Duchess of
Canterbury
Damn it, I
will be
meant to-
quite phlegmatic in their veracity.
What?
He's speaking another
Oh,
language.
I didn't get that one.
English.
It's the Duke of Sussex.
Yeah.
Will attend
Duke of Sussex will attend
the coronation
Marcus of the Derby
service at
with
Westminster
nuts for
Abbey
Gentile.
on
And
6th May.
Abe her fraggle.
The Duchess of Sussex will remain in California with Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet. According to People, May 6th is also Prince Archie's 4th birthday. Markle will be staying in California to celebrate with Prince Archie and 22-month-old Princess Lilibet.
It's going to be wild, too. I mean, just the machinations of this kind of the coronation. For some reason, though, between the time that the Queen died and now, I'm like, didn't that already happen?
I know. Yeah. And I remember when that happened and they stated how long it was going to be before we were like, okay, we'll deal with it later. And now it's like, do we even need to do this?
Right, yeah.
I mean, it's already...
We don't. I don't really give a crap about any of this.
Yeah.
We know you are not. I'm into some of the
I like
history,
it.
especially after watching The Crown.
I know.
I'm sorry.
I agree.
Yeah, it really helped.
It actually got some interest in the royal family for me, so... All right, recently, Arnold Schwarzenegger took it upon himself to fix a pothole that had been troubling residents in the area for weeks. The only problem is the pothole might have actually been a service trench that was being used.
Yeah, I filled it up for you.
Yeah.
What?
On Tuesday,
Get to the pothole.
the Terminator actor shared a video of himself fixing the giant pothole on Twitter today. After the whole neighborhood has been upset about this giant pothole, he said that's been screwing up cars and bicycles for weeks. I went out with my team and I fixed it. I always say, let's not complain. Let's do something about it. So here you go. However, a spokesperson for the city of Los Angeles told NBC, this location is not a pothole. It is a service trench that relates to active permitted work being performed at the location by SoCal Gas, who expects the work to be completed by the end of May. Now, maybe to Arnold's defense, if it's not properly,
Yes.
There
are no signs. Nothing to indicate.
I do see some orange cones in the video, but I have a feeling that that maybe Arnold put that out there himself just to keep people safe. But
I did hear that the potholes in this area are like becoming a big problem, and they're addressing it. And so maybe he just assumed it was one of those.
All right. The spokesperson added, as is the case with similar projects impacting city streets, SoCal Gas will be required to repair the area once their work is completed. So,
don't send him to the Grand Canyon. He'll feel that.
Yeah, exactly.
He's big holder.
Last month, Matthew McConaughey and his wife, Camilla Alves, were on a Lufthansa flight from Austin, Texas to Frankfurt, Germany, when the pilot had to make an emergency landing at Dulles International Airport in Virginia. The Dallas Buyers Club star spoke about the terrifying experience. He was on with Kelly Ripa in a preview clip for the Let's Talk Off-Camera podcast. He said it's suspended disbelief. He said, I mean, it's zero gravity. He says, my tray table is what held me down. And I did not have my seatbelt on, and there was not a seatbelt warning light before it happened. calling it a hell of a scare. He said he immediately reached over and made sure that Camilla had her seatbelt on. He said, your red wine and the glass and the plates and your food is all on and suspended, floating, still in the air. And he said, and it took, I looked at it for that long. He said, which wasn't that long. He said 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds. And then everything came crashing down. So they had a moment where it was weightlessness.
I've had that. I was on a Delta flight when that happened. But I recently, Preston, the Velocicoaster gives you that sort of...
Oh, yeah.
Where you
the negative G's. Yeah. So the FAA told People Magazine this particular flight was at 37,000 feet above Tennessee when it experienced severe turbulence. The plane landed at the airport in Virginia without incident, but 7 people were hospitalized because of it. So they had must have been a pretty scary experience.
Yes.
And a couple people did get hurt. So that's why, friends, once again, even if the seatbelt light is not on, you keep that thing on, man, because it can. I think about that even when I'm walking to the bathroom.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm like, okay, this is when it's going to happen. This is when to hit some big bump, and I'm going to, hit my head on the top of the cabin.
Why I don't use the bathroom.
Right.
Oh,
Just right in
really?
your seat.
Yeah. I mean, very, very, very rarely will I use the
For
bathroom.
that reason,
on
no
an
kidding.
airplane, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, yeah. Try to go right before you get on the plane. Let's see. In a Glamour cover story published on Wednesday, Katie Holmes spoke about how grateful she is to be the mother of 16-year-old Surrey Cruz.
Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Surrey is 16 years
I saw
old.
a picture of her, and I'm like, and I didn't read the article initially, and I'm like, oh, who's this woman? That's Surrey? Sorry?
So I would think with Katie Holmes, and because I haven't seen her.
Excuse me, Holmes?
I would think with Katie Holmes and Tom Cruise, you would have a very, nice-looking young lady. Does she?
she
share the
does.
attributes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so I'm
absolutely
wondering
she does,
if maybe down the road, because listen, if you have
She looks like Katie.
Yeah, she
attractive
does.
looks, then maybe you have a chance to be in the world of acting or modeling or something.
But if
like
you look
that.
close, Preston, she does have the unitooth.
Does she?
No.
Are you sure that picture is not Katie Holmes that we're looking at here in the studio?
I can't see it.
Oh, no, yeah.
That is Katie Holmes.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, this lady that's Katie Holmes looks a lot like Katie Holmes.
She does.
You must get told that a lot, Katie Holmes.
So she said, I'm very grateful to be a parent, to be her parent. She is an incredible person. The actress added, what has been really important to me with my daughter, because she was so visible at a young age, is that I really like to protect her. In March, a source told Page Six that Tom Cruise continues to have no part in Surrey's life. So I don't know.
Wow, that is
Yeah.
I know.
Years
But
and years and years.
It must be a part of it's got to be the Scientology. You don't.
Is she an SP?
She probably is an SP. Yeah, a suppressive person.
We've been in the church for a long time.
Yeah, we've been there for a while.
Katie Holmes looks a little face workish.
Oh, does she?
Yeah.
Okay.
But now this is a clear picture of her daughter, which she does look like Katie Holmes.
Yeah, she's adorable.
All right, this is a great story. According to Page Six, Hillary Duff's husband, Matthew Coma, received congratulatory messages after Hillary Swank announced that she gave birth to her twins.
I love it. That's great.
I love that. I love those confusing things.
Yep. Comer shared a recent screenshot of messages that he received to his Instagram stories earlier this week, and he wrote, really appreciate the congratulatory messages today, guys. Thank you. Hillary Swank and I couldn't be happier. So I thought that was nice. Brooke Shields, she is still obviously talking about this, documentary about her.
I watched it. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was very good. Yeah,
Yep.
very good.
So she's never disputed the complicated relationship that she shared with her late mother, Terry Shields, known within the industry as Brooke's fierce protector and manager. Their relationship was eerily parallel to one shared between Drew Barrymore and her mother, Jade. While appearing on the Drew Barrymore show to promote the documentary Pretty Baby, the model and actress was asked if Terry had ever dated one of Brooke's boyfriends, as Barrymore's mother had done. She said no, because she was in love with me. I was her main focus, she said, and both of us were going to be cut off from our sexuality. I was going to stay a virgin. She was going to be just Terry terrific in being there. And I think my mom might have been so enamored with me that she actually wanted to be with the people I was with. That's what Barrymore said. So Drew said, I think my mom may have been so enamored with me, she actually wanted to be with the people I was with, because she dated her, some of her leftovers.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and these two were friends growing up. So Drew Barrymore appears in the documentary.
So she says, Shield said, I don't get it, but I get it. It's so layered and it's so needy and it's so sad and broken. It was also controlling, according to Brooke. She said her mother often sat in on her interviews while she was growing up, and she said it was, no one's going to get you. I'm going to be there. I'm there first. You're mine. I'm not going to give anyone. I'm not going to give you to somebody.
Preston, there's just tons of footage of her sitting like a deer in headlights, being interviewed and being told as a very young girl, you are so pretty. You know, and you can see her like.
She said it was something that she said Terry did under the guise of protection, although Shields believes it was more ownership and fear. In hindsight, both of them understood, meaning Brooke and Drew, understood the complexities of their respective relationships, although at the time it was all that they knew. Terry had passed away in 2012 from a dementia-related illness. She said that to emerge from it, not angry or jaded, is in there, pointing to Drew's heart. This is not the first time that they have commiserated over similar life circumstances. In November, Shields and Barrymore connected over feeling taken advantage of by Barbara Walters. Shields and Barrymore both praised Walters for her career, but also took issue with the way their individual interviews with the ABC News anchor unraveled when they were both young stars.
They called it the C word. It was amazing.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, they didn't make it onto the air.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So anyhow, I do want to see that documentary about her. Russell Crowe is reflecting on one of the movies that changed the course of his career. In a recent interview, Crowe said that he is slightly jealous of Paul Mescal for starring in the sequel to his 2000 film Gladiator. He said, I was a much younger man, obviously, and it was a huge experience in my life. But it was something that changed my life, really. It changed the way that people regarded me and what I do for a living. He said, I've been very lucky to have been involved in lots of movies, but the legs on that film are incredible. Here it is, 2023. We made that film in 1999. I guarantee you somewhere around the world tonight, Gladiator is going to be showing on primetime TV. And he added, you don't always get that kind of longevity with every film you do, so it obviously holds a special place in my heart. But he said he's a little jealous of not being a part of the next one.
The first time I saw him was in a movie called Romper Stomper, where he played a skinhead. And then the next time where he was on our radar, I think, was L.A. Confidential.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Nick pulled up, he's still doing the band thing. He's still touring. I don't know if
it's going to break soon.
I don't know if they're still called 30-odd Foot of Grunt or not. You remember that was the name of the band?
It's now called 30 People in the Audience.
Dude, we did a Sonic session.
We did. Absolutely. That was
cool.
to meet him.
Yep.
Listen, I've seen him in interviews lately, and he's that whole sort of, there was a tude that was legendary at that time.
Yeah.
That's gone, and he seems to be in a good place.
Did you know that the Robert Downey Jr. character in Tropic Thunder is loosely based on Russell Crowe?
Did not know that.
Yeah,
no.
because he's kind of this arrogant Australian actor, and Robert Downey Jr. was having fun at Russell Crowe's expense. And he was like, if I'm going to play a dude with a big ego and got to be an Australian guy, I think I can model it after Russell Crowe.
But now Crowe's really become very self-deprecating.
Yes, yeah, I think he's evolved.
According to Variety magazine, Margot Robbie spoke with BAFTA recently about the first time she read the script for the forthcoming Barbie movie. She said, the first time I read the Barbie script, my reaction was, this is so good. What a shame it will never see the light of day because they are never going to let us make this movie. But she said they did, and they have.
So the trailers look intriguing. It's completely high concept. I mean, it's the toy world. Yeah. So live action. We'll see how that ends up being for an hour and a half or 2 hours.
Yeah, have no idea what to think of that as of yet. Deadline reports that streaming platform HBO Max will be going by the moniker Max instead. The rebrand represents a merger between Warner Brothers Discovery and HBO Max.
Enough of this crap.
The platform is set to launch on May 23rd. So I guess they're just changing the name. I mean, will I have to resubscribe and all that?
No.
Okay.
No, they want to keep taking your money.
Yeah, totally. And I now I find that I go to HBO Max a lot.
Do you? Yeah.
Like there's a fair amount of things that I do watch on that.
I think they have the best and most movies on that streaming platform compared to the others.
Yeah. And it's easy to navigate too, which I appreciate.
Original content, I end up on Netflix a lot. For Hulu has where I just watched the Brooke Shields thing. But it's funny. I will go spend time with one of the streaming services. It's like visitation.
Yeah.
And then you go to the next one. So that's usually how it works out.
Let's see here. Also, Max released first look footage of Colin Farrell in the forthcoming streaming series, The Penguin.
Looks good.
I've not seen it yet.
Yeah.
Looks good?
Yeah, what I saw.
What's the trailer like? Or the teaser or whatever it is?
It shows brief glimpses of some dialogue. It's not a super comprehensive trailer, but it is quote unquote a teaser trailer. But he looks. It's astonishing when you look at him in that makeup.
Oh, my God,
You just
yes.
cannot believe it's him.
The cast for the 8-episode series includes a lot of people I do not know. Kristen Milioti, Renzi Feliz, Michael Kelly, Shorin Agacholo, Deirdre O'Connell, Clancy Brown. We know him.
Yeah.
I think Michael Kelly was in that Jack Ryan series with John Krasinski.
I loved that series.
Yeah,
Can't wait for the next season.
He's sort of Jack Ryan's helper. And then Kristen Milioti is, you might recognize her, Preston. She was in one of the Black Mirror episodes that we've talked about several times. The one with Jesse Plemons where they go to space.
Oh, and Star Trek.
Yeah. And she was in a really good movie that's sort of like a Groundhog Day with Andy Samberg.
Okay.
That is called.
Oh, that's her.
Yeah.
Yeah, Palm Springs.
Palm Springs. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Should be a pretty cool cast then. Not sure when that comes out exactly, but the teaser is out for that. Variety reports that a decade-long Harry Potter series is officially in the works at Max. That's 3 Max stories in a row.
How about that? You picked the right one.
J.K. Rowling is set to executive produce the show, and a whole new cast is expected. Casey Bloy, CEO of HBO, had said in a statement, Harry Potter's cultural phenomenon, and it is clear there is such an enduring love and thirst for the wizarding world. In partnership with Warner Brothers Television and J.K. Rowling, this new Max original series will dive deep into each of the iconic books fans have continued to enjoy for all these years.
So, you obviously, the movies were, relatively speaking, fairly recent. How does this delving deeper into the books sit with you after going through the book series?
Oh, I think it's great.
Yeah.
I'm just curious how they've told the stories. So I don't know how they delve deeper into the books or not. You know, how you approach that.
So I know initially when the movies were coming out, the hardcore Harry Potter fans were not thrilled. Because as always, there's so much in those books that you can't make over to the film. Well, Nick, you were there.
I've come to realize that I love them both separately.
Yeah,
they're not the same, and they are independent of one another. The movies are based on the books, of course, but I think
they're pretty close.
They are, but for example, I think the best movies were Deathly Hallows 1 and 2, and part of the reason why they're the best is because they took 2 movies to make those. They could have done the same. They could have done 2 movies for Order of the Phoenix,
right,
and Half-Blood Prince, and so the longer the series went along, the longer the books got, and so they missed a lot, you know.
Interesting. So if you take a 10-part series, is what they're talking about, right?
I'm not sure. It doesn't say in this particular story, but probably. But I'm just curious if they'll follow the exact storyline of the book or not, or if they'll just pick out a couple of moments in there and expand.
If they're going to do that, why do that? I think that the way to approach it would be you're going to do everything, right?
Wow.
They better.
We'll see.
By the way, the game is pretty awesome. The video game.
Oh, the video game.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
All right, so in other Max news, this is 4 in a row.
Wow, 4 Max.
Who's paying you?
Fans can expect a new Big Bang Theory series. According to Hollywood Reporter, this will mark the second offshoot from the original show. Plot details are being kept under wraps for now. I guess it's going to be on Max because it says it led with in other Max news.
This is Big Bang Theory and Young Sheldon.
Yes.
Well, that's
so they're
weird,
looking
though,
for another
because
one.
wasn't that a CBS?
CBS?
Yeah, and so wouldn't that be on Paramount Plus, if anything?
I don't know how they work it.
No, because HBO and CBS were, I thought they were.
But Casey, you know what's interesting about all this is like it's Warner Brothers Discovery now is the parent company for HBO, and so the parent company has no real brand attached to it. It's not like Disney Plus or NBC Universal.
Right.
So Warner Brothers is trying to develop their own brand, and that's why you have 4 Max stories in a row, and probably why they paid you off, Preston.
Yeah, that must be it. I don't understand any of it. I just know I'm lining my pockets with it. That's all.
Yeah.
Can't see it, but Preston's wearing a huge gold chain.
All right, we're ready for the clips. Here we go. Being a drag star is not all sunshine and rainbows on the second season of RuPaul's Queen of the Universe. And here, judge and drag race star Trixie Mattel talks about the difficulties of being a performer.
In a competition televised environment, I watched one of America's favorite drag race challenges, Snatch Games, in front of the world. And that was pretty much one of the worst days of my life. But nothing prepares you for failure like being a drag queen. So.
Queen of the Universe is available, and that is on. It's not on Max.
There we go. You've had a
Paramount
falling out.
Plus. So there you go. Next clip. A Good Person is a new film uniting Morgan Freeman and Florence Pugh through trial and tribulation. In this clip, Florence talks about her filming experience.
I'd never had a character that was so well matched with how I could play someone, how she sounded, and also I had someone write a character for me knowing full well what I was capable of and knowing full well what he could get out of me.
A Good Person is in theaters now, by the way, if you want to see that.
It's funny, her when she's speaking or when she gets sort of introspective, the voice really goes down low. Right. She's got that sort of a growl.
I feel like in 20, 30 years, she's going to have that like the Beverly D'Angelo voice.
Right, yeah,
if you've
yeah.
ever heard her talk these days.
Right, or Kathleen Turner.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah. All right. That's the last story in the entertainment report. If you have not heard, this morning, live in our studio, we are going to have a performance from Tiffany.
Yeah.
Yes, Tiffany. I think we're alone now. Tiffany is going to be here in our studio performing live because she's got a show tonight that's at the City Winery.
Yeah, awesome.
So, and we have a great story concerning her to share later on when she gets here.
She has like 11 albums out.
Yeah.
You know, she's never stopped. She's done a ton of other stuff, but she's been recording for years.
Even Bill was excited about Tiffany.
I know. It's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. And you know what? I'd like to give something away as we do this. This is an event that's taking place tomorrow night, and it is the Bruce Orama event at the Keswick Theater. Bruce Campbell is going to be there.
So great.
And it's, I think it's kind of a game showy type of
Yeah,
thing or
he puts on
something.
a whole presentation.
So I tell you what, we'll take callers 10, 11. Yeah, callers 10 and 11 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will give you tickets to the event tomorrow night. So give us a call now, and you will get them. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Warnings that definitely need to be given, and part of that is a huge part would be obviously if you're going to have sex, it's got to be safe sex because that's where you can really have some serious problems.
Have it on top of a safe.
Yeah, on top of a safe sex. Make sure that you do
It's
that.
the best. No,
I know what you're saying.
You're exactly right. I think that you don't want to put you want to put caution, not abject
not
terror.
Fear, yeah. I mean, because you're just gonna. Do you want them going through life scared? Like, no. You want them to find a mate to spend the rest of their lives with. You know?
Right.
Let me go to, hang on, Josh wants to comment. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man?
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy, what's up?
So, growing up, I mean, I'm only 25. I'm not old yet, but back in high school, I wasn't a serial dater, but for some reason, I always used to get those strict Italian dads.
Okay.
And the one thing that always softened them up, I mean, they're the guys that look you dead in the eye and goes, you know, you're dating my oldest daughter, and all you have to do is look them back square in the eye and don't back down. And they soften up right away.
So it's a test almost.
I want you to know you're dating my oldest daughter, and I want you to know it's all finger stuff right now. I respect that. You have finally have the balls to tell me what I always know is happening.
They appreciate the honesty,
In
right?
fact, I call her the bowling ball.
Dear God.
No, that's you are a man's man who can admit to that. I want, if you can, to tell me the various things you achieve along the way.
Yeah.
You know, like a video game.
Yeah. I bring this story up for one reason only. It involves Roger Ailes. Which is my favorite.
I'm gonna fart in your mouth.
Oh my God. If you have not seen the most recent Daily Rush videos with Roger Ailes' voice, I've watched it like 15 times.
He's
I
so
can't stop
jowly and so disgusting.
CNN journalist and weekend co-anchor Allison Camerota said Sunday that former Fox News Channel chairman and CEO Roger Ailes, who resigned last summer from the network, he founded 2 decades ago because of sexual harassment allegations, sexually harassed her too. In an interview on CNN's Reliable Sources, Camerota who worked at Fox for more than 10 years, described what happened when she first began there. She said, when I was first starting out at Fox,
Pooping my big gulp cup.
and I was single, and I remember Roger being in his office, and I was saying that I wanted more opportunity. He said, well, I would have to work with you.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to fart in my mouth. That's your first opportunity. Are you gassy? Yeah.
She said,
Smells like hickory. You from the South?
It's simultaneously hilarious and disgusting.
Yeah, so disgusting.
She's saying that he said, I would have to work with you on that case, and I would have to work with you really closely, and it might require us getting to know each other better, and that might have to happen away from here, and it might have to happen at a hotel.
Oh, man.
Do you know what I'm saying? And I said, yeah, I think I do know what you're saying.
Yeah. Do you really know?
And then he invited her to hop up on the desk.
I want to wear your ass like a CPAP mask.
Direct.
Camera. That's just how he breathes.
Yeah, her cheeks are like caving in as he's inhaling.
Is it too hard? Change my diaper.
Oh,
There's a lot in there. You know the beginning of the season when you get that soil delivered to your home?
It's like mulch. Is that what it smells like? It's like mulch.
It's like a pile of mulch. There's a prize in there for you.
Oh, God.
A contract to do weekends here.
I'm going to lead the introduction with our next guest with a quote from Rocky Balboa. Man, you look good for an older guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Weathers.
Oh, my God. Preston.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, I think, kind summation of what's going on here.
You look damn good.
Look at this. Now Steve's going to jump in on it.
No,
now.
are we correct? Are you coming up on 70?
Oh, jeez, man. Why did you have to go there this early in the
Because
morning?
it defies
Yes.
Yes. I would not.
Man.
You look really good.
You look good.
Yeah, I don't go that way, but I
All
just
right.
might.
Well,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey, man, you know what? Whatever happens, okay? I may not be
kismet.
included, but you're okay. You're okay with me.
Man, we've been wanting to meet you for a long time. This is a really special treat for us. To have
Thank
you
you
here
so
this
much.
morning.
Great to be back in the city of brotherly love.
You are a Philadelphian. Regardless, you will always be an honored citizen of this city.
That is one of the nicest things anybody has ever said to me, Steve.
and
I appreciate that.
And it's the truth, because we were talking about this earlier, and obviously you are at the cornerstone of so many pop culture great moments in all of our lives. But the Apollo Creed was essential for Rocky, for that movie. You provided a heart and a performance that was so essential for that all to work, and you know, the counterbalance too. You weren't a one-dimensional character, and I think it's you, the actor and the person that you are, that made us really say, this is a good man too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that made it more complex.
Well, you know, Steve, you just brought a tear to my eye because not only was I pop culture, but I'm an artist. I'm an artist, Steve. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
it's true.
Look, I am so, first of all, I'm appreciative of that, you know, those compliments. I got to say, though, man, I had such a great time in the movies, all those Rocky movies and many other movies I've done, but we were very blessed to have such a great cast, you know, and to have such great words for Apollo Creed to say, written by Sylvester Stallone. We had great direction in the first movie, John Avildsen, but in the subsequent movies, Sly was directing, and he is a great director. I maintain this to this day, and he's heard me say this, and he probably would like try to knock me out for saying this, but honestly, as good an actor as he is, I think he's a better director.
Hey, Carl, I have a question about two different characters you played in two different types of movies, but they have a similarity, and I'm talking about Dylan in Predator, and then Chubbs in Happy Gilmore. I don't know if anybody made...
I love it. They have similarities. Okay.
Well, they do.
I know where you're going.
Yeah.
I know where you're going.
All right, so then I don't even have to go there.
That's right.
Damn alligator bit my hand.
So the alligator bit your damn right hand off, and the predator shot your right arm off.
Yes.
Was that done on purpose by
By whom?
By Adam Sandler?
That's a good question. I never asked Adam that. I really never did. But I seem to have this propensity for losing my appendages.
Did you get to keep any of the props? Did you get to keep?
Man, what a fool I am because I didn't. Neither of those movies. Well, that's not true because from Predator, the only thing I have is this beautiful knife that was forged. We all had these knives that were made by this great knife maker, and I don't remember his name right now, but it's beautiful, right? So no, I didn't keep the arm. I wish I had. And no, I didn't keep the damned hand that the damned alligator bit off.
I'll tell you what, that predator arm, if you were to hold that up, just without me knowing, I would have said, yep, that's Carl Weathers' arm.
It looked pretty real, didn't it? Well, they took the mold of the arm, man. My guns had to, stand out, and all the sinew in these muscles had to stand out while the gun's pumping while it's in my hand and the arm's jumping up and down,
Dude, that handshake between you and Arnold when you first see each other.
It is classic, isn't it? It is classic.
Man and man.
By the way, I have coined that the man shake.
Yes.
That is not a handshake.
Right.
That is a man shake.
Carl, have you ever been to a sporting event in Philadelphia where they've done Rocky montages during the sporting event itself?
I haven't. I haven't.
It's amusing and it gets you going, But the scene that comes to mind is when you and Rocky are running on the beach and then you end up hugging one another.
Yes.
Because it's sort of comical at this point.
There are a lot of people who look at that and think, these two guys like each other. They really like each other.
But you guys are in such phenomenal shape at that point, too, So it's one of those things where you can't help but giggle a little.
Well, the thing about it is, I think somebody asked me a question about, whether Rocky was, I think it was your competition or one of your competitors, and it was Eisen, and he was asking about, what people think of that show, and his thought was that it's really not a sports movie; it's a love story.
Yeah.
And I think there is a lot of truth in that, and I say it's actually both because it's set so well and rooted so well in this role in this world of sport and in boxing in particular. But what makes the thing about sports, in a way, all about love, is that it's not romantic love, but it really is about men loving competition and loving the competitor because of what you go through to be at the top of your game.
How much did sports help set you up and prepare you for the process of becoming an actor?
Oh, man. It's prepared me for life.
Yeah.
In my mind, and maybe others feel differently about it, but there's something about teamwork, number one. To be on a team, you learn something about that from a very early age. What it takes, what your job is on that team, how to be your best at your job, how not to let others down because you have responsibilities, you have assignments on that team.
But speaking of the best, I mean, I think a lot of people would agree that during the 80s, Tom Selleck had the best mustache, but I think you give him a run for
wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I gave him a run for it in his 80s. Okay. No, Tom, I know Tom's reputation, not only as an actor, but as an actor with a mustache. Yes, it sets him apart. I got to give him props for it because that's a bush, man. That's a bush. Okay?
Yours is the most rocking.
Yes.
Listen, we are just absolutely elated that you came by here today. We love you. We love your work. And as Steve had said so eloquently, you're a member of this city, this community, just because of the relationship and with the Rocky films and what it means to this city and everything. Thanks, Kath. By the way, coming up with Bizarre File, we have a Save the Date announcement that we are going to pass on to. So I want to make sure that you are here for that, so do not miss out on it. There is a lot of heat coming off the street in the city, and I think we need to talk about it this morning.
It's time for the City Beat with the man who pounds the street, then goes home and pounds his meat.
Oh.
Preston Elliott.
Well, sometimes.
Well, when there's When people are out of the house.
When I've got some alone time. Yes, of course. All right, so apparently today is National Perfume Day.
Well,
or no, that's tomorrow. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I know.
the hell?
Kathy hates
Well,
it.
then I bought everybody's presents in today.
In preparation for that, BetPennsylvania.com has analyzed hundreds of Google searches for popular scents over the last 12 months to reveal Pennsylvania residents' favorite scent. And I have a list. No, just scents.
Just general, what'd you like to smell?
Standard scents, smells. And I will reveal that in a moment, but Casey wants to make some sort of declaration now.
No. Well, I will. All right, I'm going to say it. I love the way women's perfume smells, and so much so that, like, I actually think about even buying it for myself to wear because I prefer, so I'm going to make that declaration. I like Ariana Grande. There's some other scents, because my daughter wears Ariana Grande.
Okay, reminds you of your daughter.
Sometimes you just like to smell pretty.
That's why, as you said, you used to wear your mom's bra because it reminds you of.
Oh my God!
It reminds me of breastfeeding.
You're into that.
You
like
it
raisins.
gave me life, buddy.
No judging. Whatever floats your boat, man.
And then there's a woman who works in HR who wears J-Lo, and I'm like, I like the way that smells.
Okay.
Yeah, and I wear Tom Ford ombre leather, which at the time when I bought it, I thought it was a women's perfume, but as it turns out, it's unisex.
But this is not cologne.
No,
and
this is not that.
Okay.
No, these are different scents.
It's almost like
Even though it's National Perfume Day, it's this has to do with the sense of smell.
Give us the scent, because everything that Casey mentioned would give me a migraine headache.
All right, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 10 of them. Okay,
No.
Shall we go?
Looks desperate.
I will go through the 10 to 1. Okay.
All right. Yes.
In order,
please.
if you like.
Yeah.
So according to Google searches in Pennsylvania, number 10 is the smell of bacon.
Bacon is such even people who are vegetarians love the smell of bacon.
I would rank that way high.
Yeah.
I'm going to be so out on this list. That
You don't like
first
the smell of bacon?
Because my clothes will smell like it. And if my clothes smell like it, it will ruin my day. I have to go home, change my outfit, and shower.
Okay. Okay. But can you just enjoy the smell for a moment?
Don't worry about your clothes.
Because you're overly
Don't worry
concerned
about
about
your
how your
clothes.
clothes are going to smell.
But because
Just the smell.
And listen, not because I think I'm going to go somewhere and like someone's going to be like, "Oh my God, she smells." It's because my sense of smell.
I used to wear a shirt made out of sizzling.
Okay.
No, it will give me a headache if I have to smell that all day long. So
I
no,
love
when
the
I
smell.
smell bacon, Preston, that's what I think.
Steve, you'll never guess who showed up at my house and smelled like bacon.
I know. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
that's what I just said. It's not about it's me. It's like that I have to sit there. Any smell on me.
Okay.
It's why I can't wear perfume.
You're
or
not going to
anything.
like any of these. You're not going to like any of these.
You miss out on fajitas as a result, too, which
Oh, God.
bums me out.
Never had a fajita.
All right.
I would have to be naked to eat fajitas.
All right.
Okay, hey, do
that.
you want to go out for some fajitas later? I'll bring them to you. I will bring them to you.
What are you doing later?
Yeah.
All right. Number 9 on this list is the smell of Christmas trees.
Yeah.
That I can appreciate.
Okay.
Does it get on your clothing?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
I mean, if it got on my hands while I was putting the Christmas tree up, I would spend
Cut
about
your
an
hands
hour
off.
washing my hands.
What if it's an artificial Christmas tree scent?
No.
Okay.
Well, trees in general. Do you like the smell of pine trees and things of that nature? Or do you like nature?
I do like nature. However, it kills me. Like I will probably
Nature kills me.
something will activate my sinuses, and then
All
I'll
right.
have a headache.
No, I hear you.
Hey, Kath, I'm sorry. Did you ever do like the Avatar ride in Disney?
No, I'm like dying to do that.
But have you ever done soaring? It's a similar ride, but not.
where's
that's
that?
in Epcot.
No,
Okay. I don't know if because they pump scents into when
Yeah.
you're like flying through the jungle and stuff, and I wasn't sure if that.
Well,
but so.
Remember, we went on
Short.
the ET ride, and
They do
scents
that.
were
yeah.
a part of that ride, and Kathy liked it.
I did, and that
Okay.
the first time I rode that, I didn't know about the scents. I didn't really think about it until our guide told us, and then when he did, and I went through, I could smell it. So it was pretty subtle. It wasn't like blowing scents into your face, but
Okay.
it was there.
All right, these are favorite scents, smells
Yes.
of people of Pennsylvania. Number 8 on this list is the smell of log fires.
I dig that.
Yeah, I love the smell of
And
the
you won't
campfire.
like that because it gets on your clothing.
Smoke.
I can't.
So when you're sitting around the campfire and there's a naked woman across from you, that's Kathy.
I can't sit next to a fire because I have to sit back. Like,
Will it give you a headache? Or you just don't like it?
No, it will not give me a headache, but I will have to wash my hair that night. So as long as it's a hair washing night, I'm good.
Yeah, when you're camping, always a hair washing night.
Preston,
You remember the story of the Donner Party?
yeah.
How they had to wash their hair.
Are all these scents here and that you're going to go through, are they all scents that are I don't want to say indigenous, but are known to this area? Or
No. These are just what people in our state Googled. The smell of blah blah blah, the smell of bacon, the smell of Christmas tree.
Right.
So
Draw
this
your own
sounds-
conclusions.
Yeah, you
Right.
did. Yeah, exactly. So this is just a way
Get
to
off his back.
compartmentalize it.
Kath, I'm wondering if you enjoy the scent of suntan lotion.
Oh, that's a yeah, I don't mind that.
Okay.
I really don't.
Cocoa butter. Yum.
Smell like a coconut.
All right, how about this? Number 7. I do like this. The smell of nail polish.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I've always liked that.
That one turns me off.
No
Yeah,
kidding.
it actually gives me a headache, Kath. Like if my fiance's doing her nails, I can't be in the same room.
So what are they using when you go by the nail places in the mall? There's this putrid
Acetane or whatever?
whatever that is.
Acetone.
In fact, that's caused issues. I remember they had to sort of regulate how much they could use in those.
Well, that's the nail polish remover. I don't
That's a
think that.
remover.
I don't think
Okay.
that's what that is. Steve, there's so much stuff coming out of the nail salon. That's probably
It
what's
can't be
killing
good
us.
for you,
This
right?
might be strange, Kathy, but when I that headache is a headache I feel behind my eyes. And every time it's a nail polish remover or nail polish in general, that's the kind of headache I get.
Behind Nick's eyes.
It's a song.
All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 6 on this list of Pennsylvania's favorite smells: the smell of vanilla.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love the smell of vanilla.
Like a vanilla perfume, too.
No, but like what? Like anything vanilla?
Like a vanilla bean, I mean, like that
Okay.
gives off
Yes.
that scent. It
French
could be,
vanilla.
Could be vanilla latte. Could be French
Okay,
vanilla.
yeah, okay.
Do you know it doesn't? Well, correct me if I'm wrong. The actual vanilla extract, does that have a smell?
Yeah,
A little, yeah.
definitely.
Okay.
Put it in,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Some cookie recipes have it.
And you
Yes.
do not need much of it at
Oh my God,
all.
it'll blow your head off.
Also, Tom Hanks drank a vanilla extract on Family Ties.
I remember.
because
He was an alcoholic.
Yes.
It is the only thing you can find in the house.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Fun fact.
The smell of melting chocolate is number 5.
Oh my God.
I'll take
chocolate chip
that.
cookies,
Yeah.
brownies. Yeah, absolutely.
The entire town of Hershey, Pennsylvania.
And Kathy you won't need to get naked for that, will you?
No, I don't need to.
Number 4 on this list is the smell of a new car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what? The new cars that are not leather new car scent is different
It's
than
better.
other. Yeah. No, I like the other
You're saying
one
because
better.
one has leather and the other doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not better, but stronger case.
No, I just
What do you
different.
What
Okay.
do you guys think about the artificial new car smell? I can always tell
No.
when it's.
I don't know.
Not needed.
I'd have to,
They actually sell cans of new car smell.
and I've never smelled
Yeah.
one of those, so I don't know.
I can pick it right out.
So the smell of a new car is there in the top 4.
Do you hang bacon from your rearview mirror?
Should. I love that
Yeah.
smell. I remember when my mom would, on the weekend, when I would wake up to the smell of bacon, that was a happy
Oh,
feeling.
my God.
Without question.
And then Kathy be right next to you all naked.
That's what makes it a happy memory. Number 3 on this list is the smell of cinnamon.
Cinnamon, there is
Yeah.
nothing
I like that.
in the world better than cinnamon.
Any bakery that is making cinnamon buns or something like
Cinnabon.
that, it's wonderful. Any bakery.
I'm actually looking angry. I'm so happy.
Oh man, you got to go to this place down in Wildwood called Barry's Buns.
Yeah?
Dude, yeah.
It's an all-male review.
No, and actually Barry and his wife listen to the show.
Oh, yeah?
It's all their review.
All right.
You know what, guys? I'm going to take you there when we go. If we end up doing Keenan's again this year.
I'm interested, Casey, because my father has become a sticky bun / cinnamon bun addict lately. Like it's gotten out of control.
Your dad, I have to pal around with your dad.
Needs to be an
We see eye to eye.
intervention.
I'm going to have to take him there.
We're going to go on a lost weekend.
Yeah.
Preston, my mom has to hide them around the house at this point. But yeah, Case, I want to check this place out. That sounds fantastic.
I will take you and your dad there, and then immediately I'll take him to a treatment center.
Do you know it's
You know?
weird? And also, and they know how to play into your, whether it be Barry's Buns or Cinnabon. They've taken a Casey, so you have the regular Cinnabon, and you go on that journey around in the the circles as you're pulling in, and breaking apart your Cinnabon.
Yeah.
But what they do now is they sell the center hub, just the center hub, which is the concentration of cinnamon goodness.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. And Kathy, I already know the answer.
Okay.
From you.
I don't need the answer.
Do you prefer to eat your cinnamon buns with your fingers or with a knife and fork?
Oh man.
I will tell you. I can tell you my take. If it has the icing on it,
Yeah, with icing.
then a knife and fork would really be my preference.
Because I ain't mad at either, really.
No.
It does get messy though.
It does.
You know, and so you just if you're going in with the mindset that I know I'm going to come out of this sticky.
Yeah.
Bang.
It's like with a hooker.
That's right.
Yep.
Kathy, he directly asked you that
No,
question.
he said he doesn't need to ask
I don't
me.
know.
What do you? Yeah, no, a knife and fork. I'll eat.
All right, yeah. I like the knife and fork routine as well. It does, but then you get to go
Yeah.
on your fingers if you use your hand.
Yes.
All right, so number 2, this is the list of the top scents in Pennsylvania. The smell of coffee.
Oh yeah, I love that.
I do like the smell of coffee. I wouldn't put it in the top 2, though.
You know what? I would even. Yeah, I would not put it in the top 2.
No, I
It's a
think-
pleasant smell.
I think bacon's better. I think
That's
chocolate,
why
cinnamon,
you and I have a
all that.
piping hot cup of coffee of bacon in the morning.
With coffee though, see, I would put it in my top 2 because like the smell of coffee brings me joy. Like it means.
Oh, okay.
It triggers an
All right.
emotion, sure.
Yeah.
But I did have a little bit of PTSD with coffee because when I first got Reggie, he had a really wonky stomach as a puppy. And so he would poop in his cage, like diarrhea in his cage
And you would smell it in the
overnight. And I would
morning?
smell it in the morning at the same time that my coffee was brewing. And then there were mornings where I woke up smelling my coffee thinking that it was dog crap. Yeah,
Wow.
it was really
So
bizarre.
you're saying right now you can't enjoy his diarrhea
I
because of the
He
coffee
has a bad association with it. All right, and then you will not believe, you will never guess what the number one, according to this, the number one scent
yeah.
in Pennsylvania. Did you see
I
it?
saw it and I agree with it.
As
I'll take a
number
guess.
one?
It is for me. It's a top 5 scent.
I have a guess.
I have a guess too.
Go ahead.
And this is I agree with you, Casey. If this is accurate, that it's your number 1 or top 5.
I want to hear what you guys think before I reveal what
All
it
right.
is.
So
So-
for me, it might be top 3.
all right.
Honeysuckle.
Okay. Kath?
I'm gonna guess 2. Either the beach, the ocean, or rain.
Okay. Steve?
Freshly cut grass.
Freshly cut grass.
You guys are all wrong.
What is it?
Gasoline.
Oh
No.
And by the way, gasoline doesn't have a smell. They add that in. They add that in afterwards.
Well, okay,
Yeah, so
but
you
I
don't
mean,
drink
yeah.
but I mean, well, no, do they? Because I know
That's my understanding.
natural gas doesn't have a
That's
scent.
what. Natural.
and they
gas.
add a scent to it, so you can smell it in case there's it
don't
releases.
know.
But I don't know. But anyhow,
Because I can
gasoline.
taste it when they put it in.
Now listen, I do have a fond association with. I've told you guys this before. A 2-stroke engine, particularly a 2-stroke engine, because we used to have a boat. And it was a 2-stroke engine.
Love it.
And I had a motorcycle. It was a 2-stroke engine where you add oil to the gasoline, and there's just a certain scent that comes off it, and it just reminds me of good times.
You know what? I like the smell of mulch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
A lot of people do not.
Well, because it's kind of got a little manure-ish smell to
Some
it. But
smells
but
worse
yeah.
than others, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Well,
I love the smell of dog diarrhea. So
I do not like that smell.
Mulch, like cut grass. Sorry, Casey, but it kind of has a spring connotation with it.
Right, exactly. It's that connection.
But last night I had gasoline on my hands, and so now I'm going to do this shout out to Shane. I was pumping gas yesterday, and Shane, he's like, "Oh, Casey boy," and so his girlfriend was pumping gas, so I went to give him a shout out. But I had it on my hands, and I love that smell. And you know what else I love is the smell of diesel engines.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I remember getting off the school bus and kind of hanging there for a little bit and just inhaling the
taking
diesel
it in.
fumes. Yeah.
That young man has troubles.
Several times when I was a kid, we used to siphon gas. So I had a motorcycle, and if we didn't have gas available in the gas can, I would go over to one of my parents' cars and I would siphon gas out of it. And if you weren't careful, you would swallow some gasoline.
I've had that happen.
And Kathy, I'm telling you, the rest of the day, you would burp
I
the
would
gasoline flavor up. It was horrible. Horrible. I hated that.
I remember taking a really big swig one time.
Oh, yeah. We had to call poison control one time. They were like, it's okay. He's going to be okay. You know, if it was just a mouthful or something like that. But, yeah, it was nasty. All day long, gasoline burps. horrible. So anyway, this is according to betpennsylvania.com, and it was per Google searches over smells. And so take it for what it's worth, but those are all pretty good scents, I think, anyhow.
So, what's your winner in the top 10? Is bacon the top for you?
Man, oh man.
I gotta tell you.
It probably is, because we made some bacon for the first time in a long time a couple of days ago, and I was pretty happy in the house. So I would have to go with that. All right, we're doing the City Beat. So these are all stories in and around our state and general area. We're going to zero in on Philadelphia specifically. There are variations on the game Monopoly, tons of them, okay? They can be adapted to be in just about any popular theme. And I saw this in the Philly Voice, by the way, that a new Always Sunny in Philadelphia Monopoly Edition is now available, and it is offering a, quote, contemptible twist.
I love this.
On the classic game, trading the fabled Boardwalk and Park Place spaces for the likes of Patty's Pub, Dennis and Mac's apartment, and other memorable locations from the show. Instead of playing as the top hat or thimble, this version of Monopoly has rum ham, Kitten Mittens, and Poppins, Mac's ancient family dog, as the pieces, as the tokens. The board's houses are renamed Scams, and the hotels are called Extreme Makeovers.
All right, you know how much I loathe Monopoly, but I might be tempted to try this because it looks really clever.
The money is called Patty's Dollars, and the bills feature the face of Dennis Reynolds with a psychotic smile on his face. There are troll tolls to be paid along the path of the board, while special Dayman and Nightman cards create unique scenarios that reference the show.
I was just thinking about, remember that they did it live at the tower?
Oh, yeah. The Dayman Cometh.
Dayman Cometh. God, was that a blast.
So much fun.
Live on stage. They did that whole presentation. It was hilarious.
And they showed the Christmas episode before anybody had seen it at the theater. It was one of the most fun nights that we've had. So It's Always Sunny, by the way, currently in production for its 16th season, which makes it the longest running live action sitcom in the history of American television. If you want to get the Always Sunny Monopoly set, it's $45.99. So
is that about average price for a Monopoly game these days?
That seems expensive.
I think it's a little more.
All right.
I would say it's close. I would guess Monopoly would be closer to $25, $30, but I'm not really sure. I haven't bought one of the games in a long time. All right, other City Beat things here. Let's go with this one. Amir Thompson, Questlove, has added children's author to his lengthy list of creative accomplishments. And on Sunday, the Roots drummer and film director is going to be promoting his debut children's novel called The Rhythm of Time, alongside co-writer S.A. Cosby at the Free Library of Philadelphia's main branch.
Is that one of mine, is he?
No, S.A. Cosby. I don't know who that is. The authors will discuss the time travel adventure and explore its themes of friendship, family, and music with Maori Carmela Holmes, the founder of Black-led arts organization Black Star. The hour-long event starts at 3 o'clock at the Free Library's main campus.
And that guy, I don't know where he finds the time to do all this stuff.
Yeah, he is constantly busy.
Yeah.
He started the project in a similar fashion to his other recent career moves, and that was while stuck at home during COVID. And he used the extra time to tick off some bucket list things he otherwise wouldn't have had time to do. They include his directorial debut in the Academy Award-winning Summer of Soul, which I still have yet to see. I need to see that.
I saw it.
Is it good?
It's great.
Excellent. He did virtual DJ sets, purchased a farm in upstate New York, and found the inspiration for a live-action adaptation of the Aristocats. The book, by the way, which is due out on Tuesday, is intended for children ages 10 and older, and it tells the story of two teenagers in Philadelphia who love building and testing gadgets, but trouble arises when one of them gets sent back in time to the 1990s. The teens discover that the actions one of them takes in the past can influence their present lives. And they work to get home safely, dodging bullets and government agents eager to get their hands on the time travel technology.
So we're looking at the cover art of the thing. I can see this easily being optioned for, a movie or an animated series.
Yeah.
Right?
Agreed.
Could you imagine that?
Yeah. And so tickets for the event.
And you beat him in a drum off that time, Preston.
I didn't
Remember?
beat him. We played together.
Okay.
Tickets for the library appearances the appearance costs $26. Guests will get a copy of the book, which they can pick up as they enter the auditorium. There's not going to be a signing at the event, though. A limited number of books will be pre-signed and given out on a first-come, first-seated basis.
Well, why don't I make the offer? If you do bring the books by here, we'll sign them.
Oh, we can do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that for Questlove.
Sure, yeah.
No problem. He's an old friend of the show. All right, another City Beat thing. This is a really interesting story. It has to do with New York.
That's not our city.
But there's a Philadelphia tie-in to this that is kind of clever. So whether you knew this or not, every time you order a bagel slattered with cream cheese at a New York City deli or bodega, you are subject to an additional tax.
What?
And yet, if you were to purchase those items separately, like a tub of cream cheese and a single unsliced bagel, there's no bagel tax that is levied. So the idea is that a whole bagel, one you might buy at a grocery store, is a grocery item to be consumed ostensibly at home and thus exempt from New York State sales tax. Once the bagel has been sliced at the time of order, and whether you put cream cheese or butter on it or not, it is then considered a prepared food like at a restaurant, and it can be taxed as such. But since the state started cracking down on its bagel-related tax code enforcement in 2010, the issue has been the source of outrage. And now, one famous cream cheese brand is saying enough is enough, offering New Yorkers a bit of a tax break, so to speak, by turning their morning bagel into a tax loophole. So, this Friday, through tax day, New Yorkers can indulge in a bagel with cream cheese inside that isn't subject to the state sandwich tax, thanks to Philadelphia and bagel chain H&H Bagels.
Wow.
The tax-free bagel skirts the slicing and smearing aspect by putting cream cheese filling inside of the bagel itself.
So from Friday to Monday.
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
All right.
Somehow or another,
I kind of want to try that.
They figured out how to put cream cheese into a bagel.
This is going to be, so I wonder if this ends up being a continuing.
I know.
Well, have you guys had the bagel minis at Dunkin'?
I have not.
Yeah, I mean they're mini, but it's essentially this. They have cream cheese in the middle of these bagels.
Isn't part of the pleasure of the cream cheese though on the toasted bagel that the cream cheese kind of melts a little bit when on that bagel sliced in half?
Nick, do you think? Well, you couldn't toast this.
That's what I'm saying.
Could you? Well, could you? Could you bake it?
You could.
Yeah, you might be able to bake it. Yeah,
but then you have to eat the round part of the bagel all at the same time instead of the sliced part of the bagel.
Because it squirts out.
That's eliminating at least 20% of the pleasure.
Hey, these are just the. This is what you have to do in order to avoid the tax.
I guess you're right. You know what? All right.
Sacrifice.
I do
It's
agree.
like the Boston Tea Party.
I do agree that it would be much more satisfying having the sliced open side, eating it that way. Although it gets a little messy sometimes.
Well,
if you have a mustache like we do, Nick.
You're right.
The cream cheese version of a Dirty Sanchez.
Yeah.
Let me ask you: is this what you're talking about from Dunkin' Donuts here on the screens here in the studio?
Yes.
I didn't. How did I miss out on that?
These are great. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're kind of on like the right hand side of the menu screen.
Are they warm case when they serve them?
Yes.
I'm a DD Perks member.
Yeah.
You figured they would call me with this news.
What the hell?
Should try them. I do have a question about sales tax though, because clothing, right? When you buy clothing, there's no sales tax on clothing, correct?
Right.
I think it depends on the state, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
In Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
All right.
no tax.
So my question is this then. I was buying a pair of golf shoes the other day.
That were filled with cream cheese.
It was maybe that's why they charged me sales tax. No, but there was sales tax on my shoes.
Did you buy them online or in store?
In store.
Okay, because sometimes I'll see tax show up online, and it charges that. But then when you go to look, I guess they see the shipping address or whatever it is, and the tax is taken off.
Now this was in store, and I wasn't sure. Well, is it because this is a luxury item? You know, and
that doesn't make any sense.
Golf shoes.
Yeah, shoes.
I just looked this up. There are weird exemptions for Pennsylvania sales tax when it comes to clothing. Wearing apparel, accessories like aprons and gloves, headwear, leather apparel, maternity clothes. These are all exempt from the sales tax, but not shoes.
Well, so
That's
okay,
bizarre.
Here. So ordinary shoes are not taxable. However, shoes for formal wear, ski boots, bathing shoes, bowling shoes, golf shoes.
Okay.
There you go.
So it looks like specialized shoes are not exempt from
crazy.
tax.
However, nightgowns are exempt from tax.
Really?
Yes. Anybody wear a nightgown here?
I wear it when I'm golfing.
You know what? My wife
It's
got
a
a
little
night.
teddy that I wear.
My wife got a nightgown for a Halloween costume. She was the Big Bad Wolf. Remember, he dresses up in the grandmother's clothes.
Yeah,
So it's just this long ass.
Does she wear it at night?
She does, not all the time, but it was
The full wolf head and everything?
No, she doesn't wear that. It's just a nightgown.
All right, Nick found this as well. Underwear is also exempt. It says underwear such as lingerie, girdles, garters and garter belts, stockings, hosiery, pantyhose, and peds.
What are peds?
What are peds?
Peds, aren't that
pedophiles?
No. For the
That's pedos.
for your feet.
Like for foot lingerie?
Peds? Yeah, well,
foot lingerie.
Hold on, I could be wrong. Let me see.
Check out my foot lingerie.
It's peds is in parentheses, by the way, or
Is
not
it-
parentheses, by in
They're
quotations.
assless socks.
Assless socks. Can you see my heels?
They're heelless socks.
No, I think they're like no show socks. Like they're like the right where Marissa,
Like
am I right? Is that what
footies?
peds are? Yeah. Like no. So like you would if you would want to wear a sock with a shoe, but you don't want the sock to show.
So it's below the.
The shoe line.
So I'm kind of wearing those right now, Kathy, right? If you look at my shoes. Right?
Those feel uncomfortable
because
to
you
me.
can see.
Yeah, I don't like them.
Yeah.
We
I
can
need
see
full
your
foot
socks,
coverage.
Steve.
Oh, all right.
But that falls under the underwear / lingerie.
Wait,
Why
so,
not
so
regular
these
socks?
are taxable or are not taxable?
They're not taxable,
not.
right?
Not.
Yeah.
Because they're in that underwear
I have
category.
2 sets of lingerie. One that I wear when I'm eating bacon.
It seems like it's the necessities that are not taxable.
So they
even
can-
though they're
they-
throwing lingerie in there.
They consider this more frivolous, or right?
Yeah.
no, that it's a
shoes.
necessity
Yeah.
that you need it.
No, I was saying the
Oh.
other way. Right? Yeah. So they're saying it falls under the you don't have to pay taxes, so you need
Yeah,
it.
that's kinda
like you
weird.
need your nightgowns.
I remember the bizarre. So up in New York, blue laws, and we talked about this before, the bizarre nature of blue laws, where you'd walk into a store and they would have the most random, arbitrary things that you couldn't purchase.
Yeah,
and then
blocked out.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
crazy.
or behind a case or
Yeah.
something like that. By the way, so the bagels, going back to that, which is where we started.
Walk like an Egyptian.
Will what?
That's the bangles. I'm sorry.
Will be available at H&H Bagels Manhattan locations from Friday, April 14th to Tuesday, April 18th, and come in plain, everything, and cinnamon raisin varieties, all stuffed with plain Philadelphia cream cheese.
I think I want to try this.
The tax-free bagels will cost $1.90 each. For non-New Yorkers, the bagels will also be sold nationwide online by the half dozen for $11.40 while supplies last. You can go to hhbagel.com.
That's where you get them? There's no
Yeah.
in store?
There are locations in New York, but
Okay.
I don't know of any. You got H&H Bagels? I'm not familiar, but apparently they're Philadelphia owned. So that's why I included it in the city.
So they're owned, however, Philadelphia cream cheese did not originate in Philadelphia. That
Correct.
came from New York.
Yeah.
What a
And that's-
topsy-turvy world.
That's a Heinz Kraft product, I believe.
World of
Kraft?
Heinz
Yeah.
Kraft.
All right, well, anyway. I think that's all we have time for on City Beat because we've got to give away some money.
All right.
We have the MMR concert cash keyword coming up in just a little bit, but thank you for strolling the streets with us here. We also have a save the date announcement that we're going to get to, so let's take a break. We'll come back in a second, get both of those things as well as the bizarre file, and don't forget Tiffany performing in our studio this morning. Kid you not.
Very cool.
A little after 9 o'clock. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
They kind of open their arms, and of course, if Apollo Creed's walking down the street, you're gonna get a little attention. Just a little bit, you know. So I mean, props to Sly for taking us home with running up those steps, man. If it, there's running up those steps kind of like sets the tone for everything when it comes to Rocky, and running through the district there and seeing all the folks who are selling their goods in the morning, from soup to nuts, man, having them turn around and watch Rocky and cheer him on. So we're really all very fortunate that this city embraced not only the movie, but embraced the concept of the winner, and the guy from, kind of underdog who makes it, man. And for all of us, anybody who's ever been or felt like an underdog, Rocky is kind of our anthem.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
we thank you here in Philadelphia.
Chicago Justice, Sunday, NBC 10, 9 o'clock. Carl Weathers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you guys see this? An anonymous hacker has released 5 episodes of Orange is the New Black Season 5 after Netflix reportedly failed to meet the criminal's financial demands. What? It is unclear how much the hacker demanded. The first 10 episodes of the season were shared shortly before 6 a.m. on Saturday, leaked in 10 different files. They totaled about 11.46 gigabytes. The hacker, who goes by the handle of the Dark Overlord...
Ma! I'm trying to do something!
Kicked off the leak
when you're done, Dark Overlord, take the garbage out.
By publishing the premiere episode for the forthcoming Orange is the New Black season Friday to the Pirate Bay.
This is my son, the Dark Overlord.
The streaming giant has set June 9th as a release for Orange is the New Black. No word on whether Netflix will move that date up. In a statement, Netflix said, "We are aware of the situation. A production vendor used by several major TV studios has had its security compromised, and the appropriate law enforcement authorities are involved."
You know, I was trying to think about this, and Netflix didn't buckle to the demand. I don't know how much impact this has because
Zero
because it's $9 a month.
You
for
already
Netflix. You already have it.
Yeah.
More than likely. So, and you're not going to watch it any quicker or any sooner than you would normally. So I wonder where the damage is really. Maybe in some people who aren't already subscribing, getting it, but it is what it is.
I guess piracy still remains to be a really big problem. For me, it holds no fascination. I'd rather just fork over the however many dollars it is to watch the actual official version of something, and I can wait until Friday.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it on Monday before it comes out.
What are you going to do? Watch 9 episodes?
Yeah.
Well, the hacker isn't stopping with that show. The cybercriminal claimed via Twitter to have unreleased shows from ABC, Fox, National Geographic, and IFC as well.
Okay, tell me of Game of Thrones and maybe I'll listen.
Right.
This is the Dark Overlord. I have your Capuchin Monkey special, and I will upload it if my demands aren't met.
From National Geographic.
Your special concerning the Watusi women of Buka Buka will be released to the world. If you do not yield to my demands, I'm the Dark Overlord.
Capuchin Monkey.
I mean, what
I know.
There's the extortion there.
In a message posted Saturday, the Dark Overlord wrote,
"This is the Dark Overlord, your 1-hour special concerning FIFO, the zebra who can tap dance. Will be released to the world."
The Dark Overlord wrote on Saturday, "It didn't have to be this way, Netflix.
You could have avoided it.
You're going to lose a lot more money in all of this than what our modest offer was. We're quite ashamed to breathe the same air as you. We figured a pragmatic
Someone's gotten a little carried away with their Dell laptop.
Yeah, we figured a pragmatic business such as yourselves would see and understand the benefits of cooperating with a reasonable and merciful entity like ourselves." What are you talking about?
Come on. No.
Yeah, you're
stole
it's illegal.
Yeah. And by the way,
Dark Overlord.
It is a substantial fee and prison sentence that they're looking at if they're found and convicted.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, on the consumer end and on our end, it seems like, what? Okay. I agree with you, Nick. I mean, you already have Netflix. Chances are you already have it anyway. Netflix encourages you to share your passwords, for Christ's sake.
And also, if you don't have Netflix, then you haven't seen the previous seasons of Orange is the New Black.
You don't care.
So if you're going to release the 4th season, can you release the first 3 seasons as well?
Damn good point.
I got to get caught up on this.
Dear Netflix, we are committed to releasing the 3rd episode of Lemony Snicket. If our demands are not met, and this is a good one, too.
Oh, man, I hope the Dark Overlord lives here and is listening to us right now. That would be awesome.
Dark Overlord.
All right, anyway.
You're such a dork. You dork.
Try to extort Netflix!
She's just in for a visit to say hello, and you know her from The Office and her many visits to Philadelphia. She's a Philly gal. Please welcome Kate Flannery.
You act like I was back by the dumpster and somebody noticed me and dragged me in. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Is that Kate Flannery out by the dumpster? Have her come in. So what are you up to now? Because I see you on a lot of, obviously you have the live performances.
Yeah, Jane and I are still performing regular. I'm still doing the lampshades.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. I always feel like there's something I can't talk about.
Is there
you love that? I mean, know. It's such bullshit. But I'm sorry. I said,
The filthy mouth.
guys.
Kate Flannery.
I'm really. Is there?
How much Rolling Rock have you had this morning?
If you went to
Not
O'Hara,
enough.
you wouldn't have.
Oh my God! Well, at Archbishop Carroll, we didn't drink. No, exceptionally good human beings. I also do another show called Talk Show, the game show.
Yes,
that's
I saw
that's
that
coming up
listed.
soon. Yeah.
So what is that?
I think it starts this month.
No, but what is it?
It's a talk show and a game show. But so they make the celebrities compete against each other with questions after their interview segment.
Huh.
And no more stand up in stilettos. It's
that's done. Yeah, that's done. Yeah. But Wanda Sykes is the producer of Talk Show, the game show.
That's very cool.
Yeah. She was actually there on site. I was like, "What are you doing here?"
She's local.
I know we talked about media.
Yeah, and she's never
she's
been on the show.
Never been on our show. Yeah, she lives in media. Let her know.
Watch your mouth, you.
That fucking. No, I'm sorry.
You're getting worse.
I know. I'm so sorry, you guys.
I will tell you
Are
this.
there children
It's gotten
listening?
worse. She just dropped the F-bomb.
What's wrong with you today?
You tell me not to do something. The more my unconscious is just like, oh my God.
Let's put it this way: we had Andrew Dice Clay in here and never had to do the dumb button once.
I need some straps like on my chair, or like on the pyramid.
Kate
Holy
Flannery
crap.
3 times.
I'm so Nick is like, you're never coming back. He's shaking his head. It's like, this is it.
Oh, we need
It's
a
so nice to see you.
taser.
Because that'll calm me down.
We have to keep you here for a little while because there's some curses you haven't said yet.
What are the 7 that you can't say on the air?
You know what? That list, by the way, that classic list,
Yes.
as legend has it, we've said it before, did not exist before Carlin created
Are you kidding
that
me?
list. The FCC had no set list of words, but once Carlin created that list, the FCC said, "Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's go with that."
That's amazing.
All right, so when you're not on the air,
Yes.
you curse like a sailor? And how does that go
I didn't think so
over?
until I got here.
Okay.
No one blinks an eye in Los Angeles, where everyone is drug induced and on painkillers. Once in a while, I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I think I have not had enough sleep this week.
we have many dumb buttons for just such. Now we're going to call it the Flannery switch.
No.
Mark it on the board right here.
Oh my gosh.
Hit the Flannery switch.
Hit the Flannery switch.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. We had to Flannery out on that.
Well, the owner of a sperm bank has been accused of secretly switching donor semen with his own in order to father 60 children.
This has happened before.
It has. Jan Karbat, who died at the age of 89 last month, has been accused by 23 families of using his own semen instead of the donors at a fertility clinic in Rotterdam.
So what does he do? He puts the samples under cups and moves them around quickly on a table?
He is also accused of tampering with the clinic's data and donor descriptions and allowing couples more than the allocated 6 children per donor. Bajorp Medical Center.
Yes, Bajorp.
Which closes in 2000.
For all your family needs, think Bajorp.
It closed in 2009 following reports of irregularities.
I just love the word
Bajorp.
I do too. It's why.
In fact, the dude put his own Bajorp in the cup.
It's one of the reasons I put this early in the D file.
Is Bajorp by any chance slang for semen?
I don't know. It was one of
Dude, that's too much Bajorp.
One of Rotterdam's largest sperm banks in the 80s and 90s, Bajorp.
Let me get a second cup.
The 23 families are now seeking a DNA test to see if the sperm bank boss used his own.
So I broke into this house and I Bajorped on the couch.
Karbat reportedly admitted to fathering 60 children through the clinic before he died to one of the plaintiffs.
What?
A lawyer speaking on behalf of the Karbat's family insisted that there is not the slightest evidence that Mr. Karbat or the owner or was the donor, and asked the court to listen to the doctor's request that no DNA test would be carried out after his death.
When the guys do this, what is the desire to be? To
Just
be the
seed the world. I
seed
guess.
the world.
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Bajorp.
You know, as they say.
Yeah.
Bajorp.
Well, listen, our next guest is in for a visit, and the latest film that our next guest is involved in is called Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5. Wait, no, that's Katie Morgan.
Yes.
She's later on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Different.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was an associate producer on that film, but I don't take credit for it.
No. Please welcome our friend Mike Birbiglio. Who's here? Hey, Mike.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
Is that the name of her movie?
Interracial Cougar Cuckold number 5.
AKA Don't Think Twice.
No, you shouldn't. You show little reserve if you're you're a cuckold.
So yesterday, I told Mike that Katie Morgan was going to be in the same day as us, and he wrote back. He goes, "So we'll have 2 porn stars. Cool."
No, but listen, Mike is in town for personal reasons and wanted to stop by and say hello. Actually, is it your
My sister-in-law's law school graduation?
Where's
From
she
Temple.
at?
From Temple, yeah.
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
sensational. That's I'm in awe of people who complete
Me
law and
too.
medical degrees.
Yes.
Likewise.
Yeah, I will. I continue to disappoint my parents year after year after year by not doing something like that. But
you went to
good on her.
Georgetown,
That's
right?
wonderful. I did. But then I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
Were you expected to go into law?
I think I was expected to do something that was financially sensible, and I didn't do that. But my dad came around eventually.
Yeah.
I think when he saw me on Letterman, eventually he was like, oh, okay, I get it.
I feel like a lot of comedians have the same story. Their parents finally came around.
Yeah, they come around eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, you ultimately you realize when you have a kid, you're like, oh, you just want the kid to be okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
You just want the kid to be like, okay. And then being a comedian doesn't seem okay.
No.
It seems like it's a life of, it seems like a downward spiral.
It's out of the realm of what I think most
And
parents
often it
classically
is.
want. Yeah.
To be clear.
Did you get cred with the parents with the grandchild?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a home run. Yeah.
And it's all okay.
That's all they want. Yeah. So I have a daughter now, and I had a lot of trepidation about. Preston was saying when I walked in, he was like, "Oh, you look skinnier," and I'm trying to lose weight because I'm like, my body's a lemon. I went to, I'm telling you, I went to the doctor, and he goes, I'm not kidding. This is in one visit. He goes,
he called 93.3 WMMR.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right. The word is 100. HUNDRED. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. And you can do it a couple of different ways. You can go to the contest page at WMMR.com. Or you can enter via the MMR app or text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMRBQ Saturday, September 16th. Tickets are on sale tomorrow, by the way, at 10 a.m. Winners will get a call from our company, Beasley. Make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. For the details on the show, text finally to 39333 for a link to the information. But the concert cash word right now is 100, HUNDRED. Make sure you enter that now. We're going to do the B file, and then we have a save the date announcement, so let's go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by our friends at J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Got junk, want it gone? Got floors, want them clean? Call J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Veteran-owned and operated. Started right here in southeastern Pennsylvania. Call 844-GET-JDOG or visit jdog.com. We'll start with a Florida man story. Why not?
You have to.
A Florida man has been arrested after police say he threw chicken wings at his wife during an argument.
With intent to kill?
I don't know. There was definitely harm intended. Right. So police said they responded to a disturbance call at a home in Wildwood, Florida on Sunday night. When officers arrived, they say that the victim was holding a baby and asked to be taken somewhere safe. The victim told police that the defendant and her had been arguing over the defendant having a lover.
Oh.
The victim said the defendant threw the wings at her, with some hitting her on her shoulder and under her chin.
You whore.
Officers at the scene,
I cast these chicken wings at you,
said they saw chicken wing sauce on the victim's chin, neck, and shoulder.
You're going to want to preserve that for the court trial.
The victim said that she tried to get away from the defendant by running with her baby to a bedroom, and according to the arrest affidavit, there was an audio recording of this incident. When the victim didn't open the door, police said the defendant is heard yelling, "I'm about to beat your effing ass."
Wow.
And began violently banging on the door, which
It's not the way of the chicken.
clearly be heard on the audio recording. During questioning, officers said that Robert Francis Aduet admitted getting mad and throwing the chicken wings, but that he did not...
Chicken wings?
That he did not...
Where do we get that from, kid?
He did not intend to hit the victim.
That's Tommy Boy.
That's
right?
Tommy Boy.
Yeah.
Chicken wings.
Chicken
Tell me
wings.
what wingy.
So
He seems so pleasant in those clips.
he also said that he went to the bedroom to get his cell phone from the victim. Audouet is charged with assault and booked into the county detention center. Approximately, Steve, get ready.
All right.
18,000 cows were killed, and one person was critically injured in an explosion at a dairy farm in the Texas Panhandle on Monday.
Preston.
Yes.
That was an utter catastrophe.
You're kidding me.
Thank you. 18,000
Yeah, it's
cows?
crazy. Yeah, that's a lot.
What's with these mass extinction events with chickens and cattle?
There's fires.
How do 18,000 cows blow up?
Well, I'll tell you. So the cows were in a holding area before...
Let's put them next to the dynamite.
Before being brought in for milking when the blast occurred at the South Fork Dairy Farm, very few cows in the holding area survived. Police said they received 8 calls just before 7:30 p.m. Monday about an explosion and fire. Callers said that some employees were trapped inside of the milking building.
You don't want to go in the milking building.
When law enforcement officials arrived at the dairy farm, they determined only a woman was trapped in the dairy building. Officers said that the trapped individual was rescued from the building and airlifted to the hospital.
It's crazy.
The speculation, according to a representative, was that probably what they call a honey badger, which is a vacuum that sucks the manure and water out, and possibly that it got overheated and probably the methane and something like that ignited and spread out and exploded.
Wow.
And then the fire. So you have
So the
methane from
methane.
from all the manure.
And that device that sucks the crap out is called a honey badger?
Honey badger. Yep.
Where does honey come into that?
Well, we talked about this before. And so when my sons worked at a campground, they would pump the waste out. They called the honey wagon.
That's right.
And then, Nick, you had said something about a honey.
The exact same thing. I mean, like the porta potties,
Yes.
you know, the things that empty those are called honey wagons.
So, Nick,
For
why
whatever
does it
reason.
taste so good when you put it in your teeth?
You know, that's ironic.
Yeah.
It's a filtration
It's a filtration
process that they go through. Yeah.
Do you think though, after the explosion, like it actually smelled good?
I was
Like-
wondering.
like steak.
You know what?
You know?
Do you like farm smell, like manure smell occasionally now and then?
No, but
I sort of do.
I do like the smell of cooking steak.
So maybe Casey had to have at some point you had to have smelled what
Well,
maybe
you don't let it go to waste.
was steak. Yeah. So, all right. Here's another story for you. The other day, James West was driving near his home in Alaska when something caught his eye. Lingering behind some dumpsters off of the road, West spotted a young moose. He said it was odd to see a moose there. Looking closer, it became odder still. A second glance, West noticed that something was in the moose's mouth. Unsure of what it was, he decided to stop and get a better look. He said, I made my way closer to investigate. The closer I got, I could tell his breathing wasn't right, and he was chewing profusely. And it was at that time my heart sunk into my stomach. He realized the moose had a plastic garbage bag lodged down his throat.
Wow.
And he was struggling to breathe with that deadly obstruction. He said, I knew immediately that he needed help, and fast.
Mouth to mouth, right?
No, he did not do mouth to mouth on the moose. Wild moose are known to be defensive against perceived threats, getting too close. So West was cautious as he approached.
Why don't you forget the moose? For a moment.
Attempting to earn the animal's trust in the process. The speed and power of a moose is unforgiving. It would only take one kick to hospitalize someone, if not kill them, West said. But he said after about 10 minutes of talking to him.
Okay, I'm listening.
And slowly getting closer.
You're not going to hurt me?
He definitely
You're not going to forget the moose for a moment?
He understood that I was not there to hurt him.
All right.
When West finally got close enough, he grabbed the trash bag that was dangling from the moose's mouth and began to pull it.
All right.
And he got it out. He said it came out moderately easy.
And at the end, we had a bouquet of flowers.
Being rid of the choking plastic, the moose suddenly transformed. He said it began to get what I would only describe as excited and playful.
You're the best.
He said that.
What are you doing after this?
There was actually a point in time I was worried that he was going to try to play with me and I'd get hurt unintentionally like a big clumsy puppy.
They're so huge and so powerful. Yeah, good. So what do they eventually could become besties?
Well, and with that, it said the moose seemed to regard West as a friend.
Oh,
yeah.
There we go.
Afterward, West decided to clean up other bits of trash and debris from the ground.
He went back to the site the next day, and the moose killed him.
Around the dumpster and drop him inside so that it wouldn't be a threat to other animals. And while doing so, he found a pumpkin someone had tossed out. So he gave it to the hungry moose, who gobbled it up.
That's
eagerly.
wild.
I know.
Did you? I don't know if you have this in your collection of stories, Preston. You see the story about, I think it was an elk that had it had faced off against another elk and had the ripped off head of that other elk in it.
No.
Yes.
I've not seen that one.
Yeah,
Yes.
I saw that.
Right.
It was stuck in its antlers.
Stuck in its antlers.
And there was nothing that the elk that won could do about
to
it.
get it off.
Yes.
Don't you hate that when the head of the person you've beaten in battle is stuck to your own head?
Yep.
It was
Here, Preston.
It was the final retribution of the other one.
Yeah.
You know? You're going to be stuck with this now.
Yeah,
It will
yeah.
haunt you
I'm gonna
for the rest of your
always-
days. But eventually, he said that the moose was high-spirited and happy.
I'm generally happy-go-lucky.
He said, I stayed there for about an hour watching him eat and play.
I don't like girls who wear a lot of makeup, and I enjoy hang gliding.
And I took some photos and simply felt relieved things turned out the way they did. Eventually, West departed, leaving the once imperiled animal in a better place than he had found it.
Love you, bro.
That's good. Love you, bro. All right. And that's it. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we have an announcement to make. This is a save the date announcement for you. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry.
What?
I thought that's what you were handing me.
No, but you can do that too.
Let me mention this first. You have you got less than 5 minutes remaining to enter the word 100. That is our concert cash giveaway. So you can do that through WMMR.com or through the MMR app, or you can text it to 45911. Okay, so 100 is the word. All right, now our save the date announcement. We are happy to announce the I Bleed for Presidency blood drive. All right. Here's the deal, and because we're coming up on the 56-day waiting period between blood donations, we want to make sure that you're aware of this. So it's going to be on a Friday, June 16th, and we are going to have 2 locations this year. So we are going to be at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia and the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks, like we did last year, which turned out to be a great combination.
It was terrific.
The Live Casino location makes it a little easier for people in Jersey and Delaware. And we've been doing it at Oaks for a while, so we've got a good system there, and that's a little further out west, and it helps for people in that region as well. But here's the deal. We want you to make note of the date, Friday, June 16th, because if you're an active donor, the last day that you can donate and still be eligible for our event will be April 20th. So that's approaching. Today is the 13th, so we're only a week away from that. So jot it down, June 16th. And it's a Friday, and we'll be broadcasting live, I believe, from the Expo Center at Oaks.
We had a great time last year.
Yep, and you'll be able to make an appointment to donate beginning May 8th. So we're not taking appointments yet. We're just giving you this advance warning so that you can get out and donate. Because, listen, we don't want to discourage anybody from donating whatever they can, but we also want to have a big showing at our event. Yes. It's an annual event. This is our 18th one that we've done, by the way.
Wow. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Casey, you have to bring your scooters to the event.
Friday, June 16th, the last day for active donors to donate is April 20th in order to qualify for us. So we just wanted to give a heads up on that. So when we get into May, that's when we'll remind you about making appointments and all that stuff. You can actually click events at WMMR.com and get the full details. And it is from the American Red Cross and 93.3 WMMR, putting Philly first, of course. All right, we're going to break. We're going to come back in a moment or two. Don't forget, Tiffany's going to be in our studio. She's performing live today, going to be at City Winery. We're looking forward to talking to her and more, so stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Diabetes.
Oh my God!
I was
really?
like, whoa, one at a time, fellas. We're all gonna get a chance.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, the Lyme. So no, Lyme disease. I took meds for, and that's fine. We caught it early. And then diabetes, I guess it's just road living over the years. It's like I have the body. Yeah. I eat terribly. I have the body of someone who's just about to start P90X and then doesn't. And
Gets to the first.
It caught up to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
So do you take insulin? Are you?
No,
what's
it's
your...
diabetes 2, so it's
Okay.
so I'm not at that point yet. But I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. That's what I'm saying. My body's a lemon.
Yes.
It's like I had a bladder tumor when I was 19, so I was lucky it didn't come back. But every year or so, I have to go for a cystoscopy where they take like a rod like the size of this with a camera on and they stick it through your urethra to look in your bladder. But while you're awake,
why do you have to be awake? Preston, you've had it.
No.
Vasectomy? Yeah. Now, they numb
Mike's
you
not
down
getting
there.
that.
They
that
numb you
true?
down there. But still, I had read, which was my big mistake, that you could actually feel, there have been occasions where people were able to feel something.
I felt
and you
something.
definitely see and smell stuff.
All right.
And so I'm like, I want no part of that. And somebody had said, you know what, they'll knock you out if you want. I mean, not completely under general anesthesia, but they'll give you propofol.
Right.
What do you
that's
smell?
that's like the way Michael Jackson went to sleep.
Right,
Yes, exactly.
That's what it is. That's what propofol is. Yeah.
And once I found out that they could knock me out, then I was like, okay, I'm totally down with this. And it was easy. But you stayed awake for yours.
I was totally awake for mine.
You mentioned a smell. What smell is generated during a vasectomy?
Smoke, from what I hear.
I couldn't smell anything, but you
have to
Wait, describe where the smoke is coming from, please.
Because they cauterize stuff.
It's the doctor's cigar.
Yeah.
It's a Cuban.
It's not a boy.
Yeah, they hand out anti-cigars.
They hand out cigars that say no more babies.
I wanted to ask you about non-medical stuff.
Sure.
And basically, like, this sort of this career path that you're on now is fascinating to me because we've known you for a long time, and now I see you just popping up everywhere. And you're a producer on Crashing. You show up on late night talk shows all the time, and I follow you on Twitter, and it's like, hey, Burbiggs is doing Kimmel, Burbiggs is doing Fallon again. Are you surprised at that at all? Not that
Since you're 11.
Are you
like you are?
Yeah.
Are you as incredulous as we are
I was going somewhere with this.
about that development?
And
No,
then Nick pulls off a mask and it's Todd Glass.
Here's why I asked that. Your career has been the most steady rising career I know about in comedy. Because some people, they shoot to the top and then they're selling out stadiums. But your success is I love your success. I love seeing it. But it's been slow and steady and consistent.
Thanks. Yeah. No, I feel extremely lucky that that's been the case because I've been able to make, and I think the people who follow me notice this, I've been able to make the stuff I want to make as opposed to being able to try dancing around and trying to make people in the business happy or make Hollywood happy. It's funny when the people say stuff like to me on Twitter sometimes, like, you Hollywood liberals. I'm like, I don't live in Hollywood. I'm not part of like any like cabal of Hollywood. I live in Brooklyn with my wife and daughter. Like, I'd make everything outside the system. I directed 2 independent films, and I've made like 4 comedy specials, and they're totally separate from the business in so many ways. But so thanks, yeah.
When you tour from city to city and you come into Philadelphia, you have to pay because you're getting paid. You have to pay a city wage tax, right? So how does that work when you're working in several different cities throughout?
This is the most technical question.
Yes. Yeah.
He just started part-time for H&R Block. So
These are questions that Wesley Snipes and Willie Nelson should have asked years ago. I file in like 27 states.
No kidding.
My accountant is a close friend.
Oh my God.
No, I mean we spend so much. My brother Joe runs my company, and
America's Guest.
Yeah, America's Guest, Joey Bag of Donuts, and my and our accountant Elliot does our taxes, and we do quarterlies. Literally, recently we talked about maybe we should do monthlies. Like, it's so much taxes all the time. But yeah, I think I file in 27 states.
That's just crazy.
So. Yeah.
You'll be back in town in November, so we'll see you when you're going to be playing
can't wait.
the Merriam Theater, and we'll make sure everybody is aware of that fact ahead of time. But listen, it's great to see you.
You too.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks
Mike
a lot.
Birbiglia. I wanted to bring this up. I know it's nothing that Kathy agrees with, but pubic hair is becoming more popular.
Aha! I knew it.
Yes.
Amongst the owners of said pubic hair, or the people who encounter said pubic hair?
The people who want to see said pubic hair.
Uh-huh.
New data from the porn site RedTube.
RedTube, never heard of it.
Reveals that the bush is back.
The bush is back.
That's right.
Do you shave your bunghole?
Come on.
I have to ask.
I don't do that.
I mean, because some people have hairy.
No.
How would if we're talking pubes, there's a whole other side to that cookie.
How would I even do that? I mean,
You
lay
reach
on my
around.
back and put my legs behind my head.
Well, I mean, question is, do you have a profoundly hairy ass?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then it's not an issue for
no,
you.
my ass is not hairy.
Okay.
I'm good.
But is your
Kathy, is your...
Go ahead, say it, man.
Kathy has some information she wants to get.
Do you have a hairy butthole?
Do you have is your actual butthole hairy?
See, I think you.
Does it look like that thing that almost swallows up Luke Skywalker on the desert planet? Does it look like that?
Yeah, that was my question.
What's that thing called?
Sarlacc?
Sarlacc pit.
Does it look like the Sarlacc? Does it try to pull Lando Calrissian in?
Could Manthe ask that, please?
Can I ask you something? Do you have a hairy butthole? Just asking. Is it like tendrils that stick out and grab you by your feet? Until, I don't know, later somebody throws you a lightsaber?
I don't recall the Sarlacc having any hair, and we need to pull up a picture.
Oh, they look like tentacles.
Yeah, but it's just the tentacles coming out and the teeth and everything.
Don't ruin this, Casey.
Anyhow.
Don't disturb our groove.
Anyway. Yes. So, no, I don't. I don't have a hairy butthole, and I don't.
I mean, if we're being clinical, we have to ask. To the senator from Arkansas, no, I do not have a hairy butthole. Thank you, sir. It took a lot of courage, Mr. Comey, to admit that.
Oh, dear God.
Listen, you might not have an overly hairy butthole, but there's hair back there.
Everybody's got hair there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So take
It's
it off.
called JRBH, just right butthole.
Do you guys get lasered?
Yeah.
Do guys?
Possibly.
Guys
would
do.
think so.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't.
There's your sphincter.
I don't care.
Is that what that?
That's the Sarlacc pit. Yeah.
You got to watch Jedi, Kathy.
I thought it was a person.
All right.
What?
No, my question was more about the Sarlacc.
He's distracted.
I'm glad that you
Casey, off air,
yourself.
I have an interesting fact to tell you about the
Okay,
Sarlacc pit.
thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
We can go there if you want. I don't care.
Man.
Well, when we were
I'd
in
rather talk
California.
about buttholes.
Did you see?
God.
Did you see a?
Jesus, who are you?
Well, now we're gonna get into this crap.
We've unleashed the beast.
When we.
Wait a minute. I just want to point out, Kathy would rather talk about buttholes than Star Wars.
Well, here's the deal.
If given a choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go butthole.
She's gonna go butthole. You brought up the grooming, and I think that is. I think it's something that is a universal topic that people consider.
Yeah.
And so if you're talking about the front, you have to talk about the back. You agree with
Right.
that? Yeah.
I'm with you.
I mean, maybe we can put up a Twitter poll. Sarlaccs or buttholes?
All right. Anyhow, I think it's nice if a woman tends to her area but just don't get rid of it all.
You don't like the hardwood. You like a little bit of carpet.
I think it's nice. I think
You know
it's,
what? I need a table saw sound effect. Something like that, Marissa.
Okay.
You can get that for me.
All right. So anyhow, RedTube had revealed this. The most likely to seek out videos that have the hair are the over 65 crowd.
I want to see a really nice bush. And can I get some sponge cake and some cream soda, please? And then a very hairy bush. My evening set, hot spit. Boy, old people are fun. I like a piece of angel food cake, a cream soda, and a big hairy bush.
We have we need some music out of like the 1940s
And some
like
jazz,
jazz
some
or something
ointment,
like that.
please, for my knees.
My recollection of my high school career is a lot different than what it actually was because my mom brought me all of my report cards.
Okay, and what was your recollection?
My recollection was that was not that bad. You know, I was above average. And
what's the reality?
The reality was I was about average.
Okay,
and all
right,
yeah, and so grade school report cards. Go figure. You got graded on conduct. My conduct was always pretty bad. Unsatisfactory and stuff like that.
Do they still with the report cards? Do they still include teacher comments, or has that been excised from?
It depends on what grade they're in.
Like in high school, you're not going to get teacher comments.
I don't
like there would be. Remember, they would fill out. There would be like a number associated with the comment that they wanted. So you'd look and be like,
right.
number 3. Work well with others.
I think in this hyper sensitive.
Yeah.
We go to meetings with the teachers
a lot. You go a lot.
Yeah, we find out directly how they're doing. But
is that's not for all students? Is it?
I have no idea.
God, they must not have any free time.
I'm amazed when they come in. But I mean, we have some special circumstances that they help us out with. and which is awesome. But I know in grade school they'll give you detailed. Caroline is a delight to be in this. Blah, blah, blah,
I always used to get the delight. I was a delight.
Were you a delight?
I was a complete delight.
Case you weren't a delight.
6th grade was it. Miss D.
You were a delight in Miss D's class?
I bet you what I know what she wrote. Always eats in class.
No.
He's eating right now.
It's my breakfast.
I know.
Yes.
And it's just simply a bagel.
It's just a bagel the way any broadcaster would eat a bagel live.
I don't have time to get it any other time, and I take my medication at a certain point.
My God.
Getting back to that war situation, excuse me. I did everything bagel.
I wasn't going to talk, but you brought me into the conversation.
Well, it's presumed that you're going to participate.
I participate in between bites. In between bites.
There's just a general assumption that when we're on air, you might talk.
I am writing that down.
Yeah.
That is a T-shirt. I participate in between bites.
Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to eating my bagel, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Today, December 7th, 1940. Excuse me, I have to take another bite.
Hey, what's going on? It's Preston, and actually Nick is here with me as well. We're in California, and we're at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and we are here with Mr. Michael Giacchino, who has become a friend of the Preston and Steve show now.
That's my favorite thing. Friend of the show. That's my favorite thing to hear.
Yeah?
I've never heard that before. And then the last time I was on, I was like, friend of the show. I was like, yes.
Yeah. I think
friend of the show.
You have to be on like 3 times, and then you
become an
become a friend of the show.
There should be a pin or something that you get.
We can get that.
You get a pin or
Ribbon,
something
like that.
Something that says friend of the show. Can't just be like, here's a WMMR pin.
No.
It's got to be legit.
We can come up with something. Yeah. Next time he comes in studio, we got to present him with something.
Yeah, there should be some sort of coronation.
So Michael invited us out to be here while he is recording the score of the film Spider-Man, and we're at this legendary studio. Actually, Randy says tomorrow he has 13 years sober.
Wow. Oh, that's awesome.
And he moved down here to North Carolina about 8 months ago. So they live in North Carolina. We had to listen. It says we had to listen to some kitchen thing on Thanksgiving.
What?
I don't know what that means.
So I like to listen to my toaster.
However, we listen every day, and it keeps him from getting homesick. And he listened to you all every day before work for years. He tells me all the details about your radio family. Casey's in recovery, too. Preston loves to play his drums. Nick loves Pearl Jam. Kathy is a prude. And Steve used to do stand-up. Thanks, y'all. So this person is definitely
legit.
A Carolina native.
Yeah.
Thanks, y'all, for giving access to WMMR fans no matter where they live. And thanks to the chat room for being so awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice. And they say, thank you, thank you, thank you. Santa's got to go. And that is from Randy Darrow. So there you go.
Yeah.
And congratulations.
Santa's got to go.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. I don't know what this means.
Well, you had said she had mentioned a kitchen thing and nobody knew what that was. On
Alice's
Thanksgiving.
Alice's restaurant?
Oh.
I don't know. Marissa wrote a note down that says Alice's restaurant kitchen thing?
That might be what she was listening to, yeah.
I don't know. Is that do they mention kitchen thing? in it?
There's a restaurant involved, right?
There's a kitchen in a restaurant.
Alice's restaurant.
Who knows?
Hang on, Marissa. No, I need to know the answer to this. Why? What is there a reference to kitchen thing in Alice's restaurant? I don't know the song well
I mean,
enough.
as soon as you said we listened to a kitchen thing on Thanksgiving, Connor and I both looked at each other and were like, "You're cooking on Thanksgiving, listening to Alice's restaurant."
That could be it.
That just felt right. I don't know. It was a throwaway. We spent way too much time on it. Thank you
Randy,
for listening.
get back to me and tell me why. We want to know what the hell that means. And then I'd like to thank Nick brought this in. It's from a listener. We had mentioned some Gaelic sporting events that were coming up. And she sent over to us it's been... what do you call this? This is a hurling stick that I have, but it's been etched or I don't know what
engraved,
carved,
wood burned.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. And it says it's a hurling stick. Says Preston and Steve with our official logo and the 93.3 WMMR official logo on it
That's
as well.
awesome.
And what is this phrase, Nick?
It's a Natoreg, which I'm not quite sure what that means in Gaelic, and it's the Natoreg Philly Hurling and Camogie Club or Camogie. And Sam Gladnick dropped that off this morning specifically for our Sharts and Crafts.
Thank you, because that's where I'm going to put it.
Yes.
We have a Sharts and Crafts Museum.
Yes.
That is actually, I think, expanding its boundaries. I mean, You're going to need more room.
I think I have more room
right.
that I can fit. So we have Sharts and Crafts. Those are little handmade items that people send to us because they get we don't know what to do with them,
and we want to honor them.
So we're going to put it on display, and I'll put this in the Sharts and Crafts.
Have you ever seen that played?
Hurling, yeah.
It's
really cool.
It's pretty wild. Yeah,
it's kind of like lacrosse, but there's no basket.
Yeah.
There's no net on the. They have to balance it on this flat board.
It's sort of like a cross between a lacrosse stick and a field hockey stick.
Exactly.
Without a net.
Yeah, it's intriguing. So, and they're pretty badass weapons.
You know what? That'd make a hell of a sorority paddle.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You'd cripple someone.
All right. So thank you. We appreciate that. All right. Now we're going to talk about dragons.
Yes.
Okay.
It's about time.
It's about time. I
We're
think
tearing the Band-Aid off.
Finally said it, and I just plainly throw it out there.
I mean, there's a love story for the ages was almost decimated by this.
This is true.
Yeah.
And we have a local university. They're
right.
They're
Drexel Dragons.
It's a dragon for crying out loud. That's their mascot. No, Nick had. I just need you to tell the story because I don't know what's up here.
I want to preface this by saying it is incredibly stupid.
Okay.
But my brain is basing this in science on a fictional animal, right?
All right.
Okay, so we were on vacation last week, and I was on a hike with my fiance, and
You were on Pandora, correct?
No, we were in St. John in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Okay.
And we started talking about, actually, you know what started the conversation, Preston, was Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon. We both watched it. We both really liked the show. And it occurred to me that there is no scientific way that a dragon should be able to breathe fire. And here's why. All animals that have lungs breathe in oxygen and then breathe out carbon dioxide. Oxygen would create the fire. Carbon dioxide, which is being exhaled, would extinguish the fire. So I say this to Andrea, and she says, well, there's a way to ignite the fire in the dragon's mouth. And this is her explanation. This is what she believes. There is a little troll of sorts that hangs out in the back of the dragon's mouth.
All right, so I've already declared you the winner.
Steve, well, according to Andrea, the troll has like a little lighter, and it is part of the magical lore. I'd never heard of this before, but her contention is that's how a dragon is able to breathe fire. So I thought that this was insane.
I would call it not breathing fire. I'd call it exhaling fire. And I've always assumed that there is some sort of genetic material liquid within the dragon's
like a
system.
venom.
The same way someone would take a fire breather, quote unquote, would expel fire.
But if you're exhaling carbon dioxide at the same time, wouldn't that naturally put the fire out?
No. And I'll tell you why. If it's Steve's theory, which I agree with, that it's not unlike a spitting cobra.
Yes.
Okay, that shoots the venom out. It's a liquid. Okay, so it's a liquid that's coming out. Now, you need to ignite that.
Right.
And I think
that's where the troll comes in.
The troll is there. No, I think that there would be some type of a way to generate a spark, a la teeth like a flint.
Or like an electric eel.
Yeah.
Or maybe something like that.
Arc a spark.
I would think that there's
That's a new band name.
That there's a way. And in fact, have you seen the How to Train Your Dragon?
Yes.
Okay.
That's real.
There was a two-headed one.
Yes, I remember.
And one would create the spark, and the other one would create either the gas or the liquid or whatever that would ignite.
Okay.
Right.
So I think there's a way to create a spark with their, something inside their mouth. But I think, Steve, it's like a flamethrower, an actual, like military flamethrower has a liquid gas that comes out.
Absolutely.
Gasoline, not, type of material. A fuel. That's a better word for it.
An incendiary fuel.
And then would stick on stuff as well. So
which makes it very unpleasant.
Very, very unpleasant.
Right.
Yeah. Not a fun day.
I mean, here's the deal. Like, I guess, Nick, your theory is flawed because you're thinking that they're breathing out. And all it is fire is just a chemical reaction.
Right.
That's all that is. And so for this fictional character creation to breathe or spit out fire, there's just two things that are reacting to one another as, like you're saying, spitting out venom and not breathing out.
That becomes the flamethrower correlation works for me. Now, if you were to move on to Godzilla, and I'm sure the fight descended into this.
Is Godzilla a dragon?
Godzilla is dragon-ish, but not a dragon. He's king of the monsters. So in case you don't know, but he, because of his radioactive origins, that is a ray. He's not expelling fire. And that's the difference. No trolls involved.
There's a scene in House of the Dragon where there's like a slow-mo build up to one of the dragons possibly breathing out fire. And you're kind of like looking in to the back of the dragon's mouth.
It's a TV show, Nick. I mean, we're talking about reality.
All right.
Okay.
All right. But wouldn't that TV show be based in reality?
No. If you want reality, you got to go to Train Your Dragon.
I know what you're saying. I've seen several movies and TV shows that do involve dragons, and you'll see them open their maw.
Right.
And you'll see kind of a beginning of a flame way in the back, like slowly building, and then all of a sudden, whoo, it comes
cooking that bitch
out.
up.
Right. And that might have to do with your theory. In that fact that couldn't happen because it's carbon dioxide and not pure oxygen coming out lit on fire.
I just think that the dragon's abilities would be limited by the carbon dioxide coming out of its lungs.
You would have to expel so much of that to extinguish the fire. It wouldn't work. The same way someone who is a performer, a fire breather.
All right.
You don't have that. They're also breathing out the same way our dragon with the troll would breathe, and that doesn't do anything to diminish the.
But they're definitely shooting a fuel out.
Shooting a fuel out as opposed to like a gas.
So did I lose this argument?
No,
I think he lost the argument.
No, he did not.
Man
with
in
the
his
troll.
You both lost.
The troll. I mean,
you mean with
awesome.
Andrea?
Yeah.
Yeah, the troll inside her mouth. Shut up.
Come on.
I think that she was trying to
crazy woman.
An explanation.
Get real. We're talking dragons.
Right. So what does actually light the fire?
That's up for grabs now, and it could be a number of different things. If you look at the, we have there are creatures, you said, the spitting cobra or an electric eel. I would assume that there's something maybe like that. And I wonder if dragon lore has ever accommodated in the writings for all, because dragons have been apart. You go back to the dynasties of China. The dragons. Did they have fire-breathing dragons, or was that more in
China?
Or okay,
I think so. So there's a couple of different distinctions of dragons. There's the long serpentine-like dragon,
which would be more,
and then there's the larger-bodied dragon.
You're full-bodied.
The serpentine one looks like essentially a snake,
right?
That's got smaller legs on it, and then a big dragon head, and can be can kind of coil. And then the other dragon, like in Game of Thrones, they're more like larger body. Those things couldn't fly anyway. Their bones have to weigh way too much.
Here's the deal: we still can't fully understand how the bumblebee flies. So I think scientifically, if we're going to be 100% accurate, we don't know how dragons fly.
By the way, uptick in bumblebees in our house this week. Like a lot of them, and we can't figure out where they're coming from.
I went for a walk yesterday; they were everywhere.
Yeah, and we looked outside for a bumblebee nest, couldn't find one, you
didn't work one over to find out where they came from.
No, and bumblebees, Steve, fall under that realm of insects that we want to let live and get out of the house.
Right.
Stink bugs, either squished or put into the toilet.
Don't squish.
Right away. No.
If you squish, you release a pheromone that attracts other stink bugs.
Ooh.
Right. And so what you want to do is you want to either flush it or it's like when you get a dragon in your house.
Yeah. I catch the stink bugs and throw them out.
That's in the trash can?
No, outside.
Oh, all right.
You're free.
Yeah.
I put them in
It's like born free.
Flies I kill immediately. I hate flies. I mean, they don't do any harm to me, but they multiply like crazy.
By the way, all right, so this is news you can use as you start your day.
Okay.
I've always heard that there is a short lifespan of your common housefly.
Not true. Well, it depends on what you mean by short.
They live
and I'm sure it's the same damn fly like forever.
By the way, they don't grow in size. Like if you see a really big fly, it's not one that started off as a little fly and then grew into a big one. It has to do with their gestation period and how big they come out. I know it's disgusting.
But Superfly was a pimp, right?
Yeah. Superfly was a pimp. Yeah, as far as I know.
But I've heard that as little as like 72 hours for a fly's life. That doesn't seem viable.
No, I think they're more like 30 days.
Okay.
Is what because I did a little research on flies one time because I got a bunch in my house and they were pissing me off.
Right, yeah.
And I was curious about the larger fly thing, and that's what I read anyway. I don't know.
That a fly is born at the size it's...
Yeah. Yeah,
Really?
it doesn't increase in size like
How would
from,
that not...
eating a lot of protein or anything like that.
Yeah, creatine.
You know, flies are one of the dirtiest or carry the most like germs.
Oh, yeah.
In an insect.
Absolutely.
Gross.
Nasty. Gross.
I don't like those. They're disgusting.
Hang on a second here. We have people calling in about the dragon thing.
Okay.
And then,
By the way, this is the closest we're going to get to a TED Talk.
let me go to Susan real quick here. Hi, Susan. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, Susan. You're not calling about a dragon thing, are you?
Oh, no, I'm calling because I just won $1,000.
And that's how you do it.
Susan,
Nice
can you
job.
put some of that money towards dragon research for us? We'd really appreciate it.
I would, but it's gone towards medical bills because I got hurt 6 weeks ago and the bills are piling in.
Oh, my
sorry to hear that.
What happened to you, Susan?
I fell and broke my leg right up near my hip.
Oh. All right. Well, this comes just in time, so this can help out.
Absolutely. I am
assisting.
like still shaking, but I just wanted to call in and say thank you.
Oh, you are the best. Where are you from, Susan?
Drexel Hill.
Drexel Hill. Excellent. All right. Well, not only that, and you would be fully healed by the time we get to September and the barbecue, and you've got some tickets for that show as well. So congratulations to you.
Right. Thank you so much.
You
Have
bet.
a great day.
All right. Let's hear it for Susan, guys. MMR's concert cash winner. Delco. And Delco. And next time we're going to do it is around 10. Don't forget, barbecue tickets go on sale tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. All right. Let me go over to Ed, who's a firefighter, knows all about dragons, can tell us everything.
Well, I don't know about dragons, but I can tell you, first of all, at least from a human standpoint, when you exhale air, there is at least 20% of oxygen still in that exhaled air.
Oh, all right.
Remember when back in the day when you did CPR, you would breathe out directly into someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, you would do mouth to mouth.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Right.
you were sending oxygen into their system.
Right. So you're still providing about 20% of oxygen. So to say that the carbon dioxide would put it out is not true. There's still oxygen in that outflowing air.
Hey, Ed, real quick, I do have a question about mouth-to-mouth resuscitation because we've been told that it's more important to focus on chest compressions if you should be doing CPR. Is mouth-to-mouth done now? Is there any reason you should ever give
If you're
anyone
horny.
mouth-to-mouth besides being horny?
No, not really. I mean, even there's the the masks that they put in the one-way valve masks that they used to give us. They're pretty much gone from our medical bags now. Now we have what we call a BVM or bag valve mask. It's basically that big bulb thing that you squeeze the air into.
Yeah.
So any more like human to human air transfer is done.
No.
Okay, wow.
kidding. So that's done. Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. All
That's
right.
why that woman in the park was screaming the other day.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to do that. No.
Yeah.
All right, Ed,
just trying to help.
As far as fire, the literal definition of fire is the rapid oxidation of a material.
Okay.
So what they used to teach was the old fire triangle. You need a heat source, fuel, and oxygen. There's actually now we call what's the tetrahedron, which is there's a chemical reaction that sustains the fire.
Okay.
So just to give you an example, rapid oxidation, technically rust is a type of fire.
Okay.
Because it is
It's oxidizing.
oxidation, but it's a slow oxidation. So it's not like rapid oxidation.
That's exactly right. And now that you say that, and I never thought of it that. So it's sort of the same way a glacier is a slow moving river because it's a river of ice. It is moving, but it's and rust would be the same with fire in a way.
Yeah.
All right.
So as far as I guess a dragon, as long as there is some kind of external ignition source, I mean, we know there's animals out there that can create light, and electric eels can create that shock.
Yeah.
So as far as a dragon, if it can create some kind of ignition source at the point where it's spitting out whatever the flammable material is,
yes,
there's no reason why it can't create fire.
So Ed, when you've responded to a dragon-generated fire situation,
yes,
do you encounter the long sort of Chinese version, or do you find the full-bodied Game of Thrones version?
Yeah, it was more like the Game of Thrones.
Okay.
And how do you feel on the troll theory?
I'm not really sure. I don't believe in trolls.
Okay. It's just ridiculous.
I think, Nick, you're both wrong.
I think you're right.
You know,
I think you're right
all
that we're wrong.
Thank you, Ed. I appreciate it.
I think the troll makes her, and I love her to death, Andrea, more wrong than you are less right.
It was a theory I'd never heard before.
I mean,
I just wouldn't his stool burn every time? I assume he's sitting on something.
He
right?
has to sit back there.
So a troll lives in the dragon's mouth.
Yeah, with like a flint.
All the time.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And that's how the fire gets
I
lit.
assume he will, like, he leaves for family gatherings and things of that nature.
Yeah, but like, where does his family live? Another dragon?
In the dragon's ass?
Yeah, maybe all the dragons have to get together and they just open their mouths. And then they can meet with each other.
It's a symbiotic relationship, the same way with what they call the remora, the suckerfish that lives on a shark.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? There is a okay. I saw this one time and I forgot the name of this creature. It's the suckerfish made me think of it. Where it's a marine animal and it will go into a certain kind of fish's mouth.
Yes.
It will eat its tongue. And it will stay latched onto that area, and it essentially becomes the fish's tongue.
Is it a lamprey?
I don't know.
Okay.
That is bizarre.
Isn't that bizarre? And
lamprey,
it will be in an opportunity to feed off of whatever the fish is feeding off of.
Okay.
Yet it is still a functional, usable tongue for the fish. Like the fish doesn't have any sensation.
It's a Gene Simmons.
It's very weird.
What about the one, Nick? I think is it like the kangaroo, the lamprey? Is that the one that'll swim into the urethra?
I'm not sure, Steve. I think the lamprey is the really nasty-looking suckerfish guy.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And they end up maybe hanging out with sharks, too.
Yeah, this is way different. The lamprey,
Okay.
we're looking at a picture of it. It's way different. The tongue, the fish tongue thing.
Fish tongue.
Is very tiny.
Baby fish mouth.
Baby fish.
Yeah. But man, wasn't that wild? Well, and when you ask, what do you do for a living?
Right.
I'm a tongue for a fish.
I think I just saw Tiffany run out of the of the Acme Lounge.
She's getting a pen and paper. She wants to take down this very usable information.
It's no part of this radio show. Hang on, I want to go to. Okay, here's a theory on how there may be combustion involved with the dragon.
All right.
I have Derek on the phone. Hi, Derek. Good morning.
Hey, morning.
Hey, what's up, Derek?
Not much. So I'm thinking, because I've spent time actually thinking about this, as silly as it sounds.
Okay.
That if you have any understanding about like car mechanics and so diesel engines use combustion. Or not combustion, but use compression, use heat to ignite the diesel.
Yeah,
fuel.
they don't have
No
spark plugs.
involved.
Yeah, there's no spark plugs, right?
It's just simply the compression that makes it ignite.
Well, there's a heat. There's a heat element, though, right?
Initially, yeah, but once you have the glow plugs to initially get everything kind of warmed up, but once it's warm, it uses the compression of the engine to keep to just keep going.
Well, and then Kathy just slid me a note saying the inside of a dragon's body would be warm enough to ignite the diesel.
Basically, I mean, there's lots of strong muscles in a human's body, so who's to say there's no strong pocket that pushes this diesel fuel out another passageway?
I like your thinking.
I love it.
I like it. Besides that, but you know what? It's actually then never been a worse time to be a dragon because diesel is so expensive.
I know. Yeah. I know. It's tough.
Well, if you're producing it himself, he can just.
That's true. Good point.
Wait, do dragons eat brimstone? Because
Thank you,
people
Derek.
were texting that in and saying that might
That's true.
be a way to ignite fire.
Fire and brimstone.
Right?
Did you ever see the movie Reign of Fire, the Christian Bale film?
I did not. And
it's actually pretty good.
Is it pretty good?
And it's a documentary, actually.
Steve, people were saying that as far as this ridiculous argument goes, that Reign of Fire has a decent explanation as to where the actual fire comes from.
I think it, and yes, and I don't remember exactly what that is. It's certainly not a troll, which is absurd.
Was Matthew McConaughey in them?
Yes. Yeah.
I'd heard it wasn't that good, so I'm surprised.
Is it an Academy Award winner? No. But what it is, it has a cool depiction about how dragons have lived on this planet for years and were laying dormant for a while until they were building another tunnel system in England and let them loose.
Let me go to, hang on, we're going to go back to CPR for a second. We're going between dragons and CPR. Hi, Chris, you're on the air.
Hey, you guys rock.
Thank you, man. You wanted to clear something up as far as mouth-to-mouth and CPR goes.
I did. So listen, I own a CPR training center, and one misconception out there is that we're doing away with the mouth-to-mouth.
Okay.
Yes, for the adult, let's say you see somebody go down, you witness somebody collapse, it works really good by just pushing on the chest and doing compressions only. Okay? The big misconception is, number one, babies and children.
Right.
Babies and children have to have mouth-to-mouth. Like, we can't express that enough. So babies and children, they don't have the oxygen stored in their body that an adult would. Therefore, they need that mouth-to-mouth because babies and children, they thrive off of oxygen. Most cardiac arrests in children happen because of a lack of oxygen. So With babies, with children, think of anybody under a teenager. You need to be doing that mouth-to-mouth.
Anybody under a teenager, you need to go the mouth-to-mouth route. Is some of that predicated, Chris, on the fact also that forcing down on a child's rib cage or doing compression like that could be more problematic?
So no, I mean, babies are pretty pliable, honestly. There's a lot of cartilage there, so they're pretty flexible. We're not worried. And think about it, when we're doing CPR, like that is like the worst of the worst situations. Like we're not really worried about something were to crack or something. Like we're trying to save that person's life.
Yeah, you want to do both on kids and babies. You want to do.
So anyone under a teenager, you really want to do the breaths and the compressions. Remember, it's 30 compressions, 2 breaths. But the big thing too about adults, and once again, this is a big misconception. The theory behind why we don't do mouth-to-mouth is that adults have oxygen stored in their blood. It just needs to get circulating.
So as a CPR instructor, what's the current consensus on dragon trolls?
Lots of water.
Lots of water for the dragon troll.
Yeah, like he called in with legit information we should all know, and then there's the man or the troll in the back of the dragon's
We
mouth.
need to loop him in.
Yeah.
All right.
He's
Thank you,
just sitting there wondering what he does.
Appreciate it. All right. Thank you. Let me go to. Oh, he wants something else. I'm sorry. Hang on. I want to go to Zachary. Hi, Zach. You're on the air, man.
Hey, guys. First things first, I just want to say you guys rock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, you've talked about this before, you said.
Yeah, so me and my friends play Dungeons and Dragons, so we like to consider ourselves kind of experts on the topic. But we discovered that there's a couple of species of insects, mainly bombardier beetles, that like have these chemicals stored in their abdomens that they sort of mix up and spray out. And these chemicals tend to get very, very hot, almost to the boiling point of water. So we figured that if dragons were real, they probably have something similar to that, where they sort of like store like chemicals or oxygen in certain parts of their bodies that they kind of mix up with something else to sort of shoot out flames.
Interesting. So like a boiling oil type of thing.
Yeah, sort of like a natural oil, or sort of like a natural kind of
or like a bile.
like burning substance.
Yeah. Interesting.
How do they ignite it?
They don't need to. Right?
Now, what wouldn't make sense is there are different types of dragons, and some of them shoot things like lightning out. I don't know how that.
That's just ridiculous.
Well, wait a minute. Speaking of ridiculous, Zach, we need you to weigh in. How about the troll in the mouth thing?
The troll in the mouth thing?
It's absurd.
So in Dungeons and Dragons, trolls are considered, I think, large. Someone's probably going to yell at me for that. But so could they fit into a dragon? It depends on the type of dragon. Like the older the dragon, the bigger they get.
That makes
so
sense.
Like a really, really old dragon probably could swallow a troll up. But sort of like a young or even like an adult dragon, I don't think it's actually that possible.
And most medical experts would advise against it, right?
Yeah, could they even live in that environment?
I'd have to call my dragon specialist, but I think they would agree to not do that to your dragon.
How much do you want to bet that Zach's dragon expert is like a trial attorney in the city?
Right.
I got to take this.
All right. Thank you, Zach. We appreciate it, man.
No problem, guys. You guys rock.
All right, see you later. And then, wait, we do have a chemistry teacher.
Oh, all right.
Tom is a chemistry teacher. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Good morning, you guys. How are you?
Great, man. So you're a learned man. What do you say about all this?
I took off today. And
Just for this
put the
conversation?
radio on, and the randomness and the excitement of this show, it sounds like my 8th grade middle school. I love it.
Yes.
The intrigue, the questions. Oh, my God. You guys could sit right in the back of the room.
We'd fit
It's
right
awesome.
in. Thank you.
The questions just come out from the kids that you guys are discussing, and they're like, what about dragons? And I love entertaining this stuff because, they're thinking chemistry.
Right.
Yeah.
And everybody needs to know about dragons.
True.
But it's funny because we talk about a life process. Living things produce waste, and we came up with the idea that maybe the waste produced by the dragons creates the fuel.
Okay.
Oh.
And all of a firefighter called a little while ago and talked about how you need, and he was referencing some sort of activation energy to light the fuel, like kind of like the clicking lighter,
Yes.
the gas lighter.
So what's your theory?
Grill.
What's your theory on how that spark, that ignition point, where does it come
when
from?
When the dragon opens his mouth, there's that click, and there's a spark produced by the teeth perhaps.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, flint in her teeth or
Yeah.
something.
Or he, what's the wintergreen?
Oh, yeah, the lifesaver.
Lifesaver.
Yeah, if you bite into that,
it'll create a
there's
spark.
Yes, yeah.
Hey, why does that happen, by the way, Tom?
Because I'm going to give you an 8th grade answer.
Okay.
That's our education level. You're good.
The molecules, the particles in there, I guess, when you bite down, there's friction between them, and that creates a spark. And there's instant love, by the way, with that spark.
Yes. That's right.
Yes.
And you always know a definitive scientific answer when the guy giving it says, I guess.
All right, Tom. Thanks for weighing in. Tell your class we said hi.
That's cool. Very cool.
Is Tom saying
kids in Pennsbury. All the kids in
Pensbury.
There you go.
Kathy's alma mater.
Nice.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Tom.
Have a great day, you guys.
Thank you, too. All right. See ya, Tom.
Let's go.
Is he essentially saying that the fuel for the fire is essentially like poop and pee?
Yeah, some kind of a waste.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you stop and think about, take the correlation between whale vomit and ambergris, right?
Yeah.
Which is the main ingredient of perfumes and stuff like that.
Yeah. But I was thinking, like, I've never seen a dragon take a dump.
It's funny. It used to be one of the hack concepts in stand-up comedy. But how come on Star Trek you never saw them take a crap? I tell you, well, what shows do you actually see the characters go and it never happens. But that whole notion is we assume they do, right?
Yeah.
The dragons do somewhere.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow.
Like a big kitty litter?
I think if we have to have a conclusion in all of this is that the troll theory is just insanity.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And so.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
But you're willing to give a little bit on some of the other aspects.
Yeah, no, I fully admit that I was wrong on most of it, but there is no such thing as a troll and a dragon because that's ridiculous.
But what I would like to see from your fiance is she's an artist.
Yeah.
An artist rendering of the troll inside the dragon's mouth.
See,
that might open my eyes a little bit. 'Cause she's got a picture in her head.
My image
what
is
it looks like.
of a troll sitting there like on a 3-legged stool, like eating a Metrex bar.
Just hanging out and waiting for when the call to action.
Havoc. Yeah.
That's his job.
Yeah.
He's just hanging out.
Does he get a call? Is it like in a battleship? Right?
Yeah.
Battle stations.
Yeah, he gets a call. How does he eat? There's questions.
Eating lunch.
Yeah. But I would like to see what Andrea thinks that looks like.
Okay.
A representation.
Homework assignment.
Yes.
Got
Homework
it.
assignment. All right. I think we can take a rest on this now.
Well, we got definitive answers.
I would like to give away some tickets. We have some concert tickets for our friend Chris Jericho. His band Fozzy is going to be playing at the Brooklyn Bowl, and this will be on Sunday. And it will be, Brett Porsche is going to be there. He's hosting the event. So tickets are on sale now, and you can go to WMMR.com for the details, but we'll take callers 10 and 11 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will give you some tickets to that show. So call now if you're interested. We're going to take a break. When we get back, Tiffany will be here performing in our studio. Tiffany is going to be playing live at City Winery tonight.
That's so cool.
And we'll get to talk to her and hear her sing as well. So we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR.
Been around for a long time, so long that it used to be Shirley Temple's shooting stage where she would make her movies. And, let's see, the original Planet of the Apes was recorded here. We had Jaws was recorded here. The Day the Earth Stood Still was recorded here. There are these amazing,
the iconic,
that whole thing.
And the 20th Century Fox theme.
Yep. That was done here. I mean, just oodles and oodles and oodles of things that you would know. Just incredible history here on this stage. And they barely touched the stage in all these years because once it sounds great, you don't want to mess with it.
I can imagine. And what you're not seeing right now, we're on a lunch break right now, but the amount of people that are involved when you're putting together music for a film. And today was a light day, even as far as the amount of musicians.
Today we did a smaller orchestra, maybe about, 50 people. But but usually we would have like 100 people out here, 100-piece orchestra. With, But the cues we were covering today were just for smaller moments in the film, so there's no need to bring everyone in.
And this room, the studio as well, filled with people.
Yes.
I mean,
friends and family and.
You got engineers. You got you got the people that are actually working.
Yes,
in
we
there as
have
well.
we have music editors, we have recordists, we have Joel, the recording engineer, is in charge of everything. Jeff, my orchestrator, is over there. We have some people from Marvel who are here, just one of their lead music editor, and we have everyone. The whole gang is here, and then plus all of this.
Is Spider-Man a pretty easy character to write for? A pretty easy franchise to write for?
Not really, because they've made a lot of Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
So you're thinking like, all right, well, I don't want to do what was done, and this is a whole new sort of approach to the character that they're taking, which is much more in line with what the original comics were.
Right.
High school kid, bitten by a spider, the whole thing. And the nice thing is it's not a full-on origin story.
Right.
So, but we all know
Yeah.
who Spider-Man
We've
is.
seen it. And we've had it a couple of times, yeah.
So they're able to just kind of get into the movie and have some fun with it. And the kid, Tom, I call him a kid, but Tom Holland, he's incredible. He is just such a good Spider-Man. I think everyone's going to love him so much.
Another Brit playing an American character.
Yeah, well,
right?
they got amazing actors over
Yeah,
there, right?
it's true.
Come on.
Where are
Benny
we?
Hill show.
Right,
I mean, it's all.
The list starts there.
Yeah.
So where are we in the movie making process with Spider-Man: Homecoming?
They are still. They're still editing slightly. Now from now on, I think maybe the picture will change slightly with trims and different things like that. But what they're really working on now is finishing all the visual effects.
Okay.
Getting all of that stuff, as you saw today, a lot of the shots in there.
Yeah.
You could still see wires hooked up to him.
Yeah.
You could still see or like a sort of a previs of Spidey.
Which I think is crazy to us because we think of by the time the ads start running, the movie's
That's
in the
done.
can, it's
No.
done, it's ready to go. And it's not.
No.
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
no,
the
no,
music
no.
hasn't even been added to it yet. There's
No.
all these visual things that need to be
There's
fixed.
so much still going on in the film at this point, and it comes out in July, so it's just there's not much time left.
Wow.
But it's the way it always is
Yeah.
nowadays with films. It also depends on the filmmaker, depends on the director. Certain directors are much more, no, this is my film, that's it, it's done. Other ones are like, they want to keep changing it and keep trying different things, see if they can improve it. Everyone is different in the creative process, so you sort of have to be adaptable to whatever that process is. And every time you're on a film, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I'll bet. Another one of the amazing things that you don't realize until you see what goes on behind the scenes is the musicians that you have here. What Michael was telling us earlier is that basically they came in, they sat down, they're given the music, they start recording it. They haven't rehearsed it. They haven't rehearsed it on their own, much less with each other.
No, they haven't seen any of this music at all. I mean, they come in, they sit, that's how good they are.
Yeah.
You have to be as good a player to be able to come down, sit down, and whatever is put in front of you, you have to be able to play it.
And to
No matter
listen
what
to
is.
we would never be able to tell. 'Cause
No.
we,
Yeah.
we were sitting here watching the process, which is incredible. But to listen to it, you would think they've been rehearsing for days or weeks on
Yeah,
end.
no.
Could you do it?
Could I? It depends. I did jump in on a cue on the Planet of the Apes when the piano player was stuck
Yeah.
in traffic. But it was an easy cue, so
All
I
right.
got in there and I did that, and that was fine.
Yeah.
But most of the stuff these guys do, it's such a specialized thing.
Yeah.
I kind of went in. I didn't do the performance route. I went into the composing and orchestrating and all of that instrumentation, that route. So all my time is spent there.
Right.
So I used to be able to play a lot better, but the more I write, the less I play,
Yeah.
and so my fingers are rusty. But I get
Understand.
around it. It's fine.
Now, while you have this going on, you're in the thick of that. Are you able to juggle other projects at the same time? Work on
Well-
completely diametrically opposed,
You mean like
storylines
maybe
and-
films with apes in it?
Yeah,
or something like that? Yeah.
For example, one that comes to mind.
Yeah, I just literally a week ago finished Planet of the Apes. We actually have one more day of recording on the 25th for Planet of the Apes.
Wow.
But that's just we're going to catch the end credits and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the film was done, and that was this past Friday, and then here we are doing this. So.
Right.
You don't always want it to be like that, but it's been a crazy schedule the last couple of months, and but luckily, like who I'm working on Apes with, Matt Reeves, is such a good friend, and we've done everything together. He did Cloverfield, a film called Let Me In, The Last Planet of the Apes, and this one. And right now he's scheduled to do the next Batman. So
wow.
So he's such a great filmmaker, such a good guy. So I love working with him, and he's very understanding about everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
And they're very kind about that. So we make room for it.
I was talking to Curtis, who is your assistant.
Yeah,
or-
Curtis is great. Curtis is a friend of the family, but also an incredibly talented musician. And what he does is he tracks all of the percussion changes. Because what we do, a lot of times when we're using big rhythm sections like this,
Yeah.
you know, we change things all the time. Change this, change that, do this, play that. Or they may pick a certain type of snare to play. It may say snare in the score, but we don't always know which snare they're taking. So what he does is tracks. Okay, they took this snare and they did that. So that way we can update our score. So when we walk out of here at the end of the day, it's exactly what we did.
Okay.
It reflects exactly what we did here today.
It's interesting to hear the changes on the fly too, because you'll do a version of it one way, and then you'll add an electric cello or
Right.
electric guitar or something like
Take
that.
something out.
Take something
Yeah.
out. Yeah, and it's fascinating to hear very subtle differences. And is that just something where something feels right for you?
Yeah.
You
I'm
go
just
with that?
listening to it and I'm like, nah, that's not going to be right for this scene.
Yeah.
Because it's always about you want to track what's emotionally happening in the scene
Mhm.
and make sure whatever the music's doing is reflecting that. So sometimes if, the first time you play it through, the percussion guys, they pick something, they do it, you go, okay, that's not exactly right. Or sometimes it's spot on what you want.
Right.
But it's always keeping an eye out for that to make sure it can't ever be about like, oh, I like this music I wrote and we're just going to do whatever I want. It's got to be what is right for the film, what's
Right.
right for the picture.
Well, as a composer, you have to be able to hear it without ever hearing it as you're writing it.
Yes.
Because these guys haven't seen it, they haven't played it,
Right.
meaning you haven't heard it. I'm sure you have a keyboard that
We
you
have a
work on, you
keyboard,
get
we
an
have
idea.
mock-ups, we get, I can do orchestral mock-ups or with fake French horns and all
Okay.
of that stuff.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's more so that the filmmakers can see it and hear it with an idea of what is going to be happening behind it.
Right.
But on a score like this, it's very tough because so much of what's going on, as you saw in that room over there, how are you ever going to mock that up
Yeah.
to let anyone hear it? And part of my job is being a salesman, saying, trust me.
Yeah.
This sounds like crap right now,
Yep.
but when we get in that room with those guys, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
And you can't really do that. It doesn't work so much on an orchestral score. Orchestral score, they play what you write.
Right.
But when you have rhythm guys involved, they are just,
Yeah.
they add their personality to it.
Especially a legend named Alex Acuna, who is
Yes.
playing on this film. Who
He almost lost his mind.
Yeah, he's a legend. I'm a drummer. I've been reading about him and listening and stuff since I was a teenager. So it was pretty cool to meet him and to watch him work in there. Thanks for letting me go in that room
I know.
while they were.
They're so nice. Him and Walter.
Yeah.
They're amazing, and they're always a pair. Like they've been working on my films for ever.
And he's
so
worked
you
with-
use him regularly?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Well, he's played on everything.
He's worked with Elvis. He's
Oh, yeah.
worked with
Yeah.
McCartney. He's worked
Uh-huh.
with legends over the years, and now he's doing this.
And now he's with me.
Yeah.
Sadly, he's like, yeah.
He's
Oh,
getting
well.
a check though, right?
Yeah, he's getting a check.
It's all good. How long do you guys anticipate working on the Spider-Man?
We have today, this afternoon, we're gonna do some a band afternoon where we have like the rhythm guys doing some rock stuff for some cues, and then we have 3 more days of recording, and then maybe a half day after that.
See, in the scheme of it all, that doesn't seem like a whole lot of time
No,
to
it
me.
goes-
As opposed to, filming is a different story, and they
Yeah.
shoot a lot and then
Yeah.
cut it down to what they want. But I was surprised to hear that it was only like 3-4 days, maybe 5, something
Yeah.
like that, and then you're done.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
it.
There's a lot of work
I
leading up
spend
to
like,
it. but-
maybe on both of these I did fairly quickly, so I might spend 3, you want 8 weeks to write a score. Sometimes you don't have 8 weeks, but anywhere between, 4 to 8 weeks.
Wow.
Star Wars, I had 4.5 weeks, and that was a nightmare because of the way the schedule was.
4.5 weeks to write?
To write the whole thing.
It's not like it's an iconic movie.
Yeah, it's not. You can mess that one up. Throw it on the
No
pile.
one will ever notice.
That's crazy.
So yeah,
man.
so that was probably the craziest it's ever been. This was a little more flexible, which was nice, even though they were on top of each other.
Yeah.
And that Star Wars happened like literally like finishing Doctor Strange and then the next day going right on the Star Wars. So it was pretty brutal, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, come on, every morning morning, I look up, there's stormtroopers on my. I was like, yeah, this is awesome. So,
It's really cool to be a part of this, but like for us in the Marvel universe and all of these intersect, we were huge fans of Lost, and we did a weekly recap, and you've been working with J.J. Abrams forever, and so just to be a small part of the viewing audience of this kind of thing it's not lost on us how cool this is.
It's cool because no one gets to see this side of it.
Right.
No one ever gets to visit this stuff. That's why I was like always telling you, come on, you got to come out, you got to see what happens here, you got to do this. So
and here we are.
Yeah,
we made it.
You did it.
Speaking of Doctor Strange, I was at the movie. Credits come up and it says music, and I didn't know you'd done the music. Music by Michael Giacchino. I'm like, friend of the show, friend of the show.
You were sitting right next to him. You're like, Giacchino, friend of the show. We know that guy. So you did that. You did Rogue One last year. You have Spider-Man and Apes this year, and then we were talking a little bit earlier about some of the other ones that are coming up. I don't know if you're allowed to say or not.
Yeah, some yes, some no, but I have Incredibles 2 actually is coming up. I'll start writing that probably in the fall. And then also after that is Jurassic World 2.
Wow.
Right after that. So we'll be doing that around this time next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a little busy.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But the biggest of the bigs out there. I mean, these are tentpole movies.
Small little movies.
Right,
Very
indies.
small. I only work on independent films that, that's small stuff.
Who would have knew a kid from South Jersey, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Look at that
See,
guy.
I know how to sneak into places.
Sneaking into the vet.
Yeah, exactly.
Spectrum.
all that.
You learn how to do it.
Sneak
That's
into
awesome.
Hollywood. I know how to do it.
Do you think you'll ever do any more live scoring with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Man or anything
We
like
want
that?
to,
Oh,
yeah,
that'd be
absolutely.
great.
We'd love to do the third Star Trek film with them. Absolutely, because we did the other ones. We'd love to do that one.
They're so much fun, and the Man is a great place to see anything, to witness anything. But when you get the live scoring, last year I went and saw Back to the Future.
That was fun,
and
right?
it was a blast.
It's
you know,
so much fun to do. We're trying to get Rogue One figured out where we're going to do that because we're preparing that. But yeah, we're always looking to do that kind of stuff. We want to do Up, and we want to do. There's so many. And that's what's so nice about the films I get to work on. They're the kind of things where you can take them to an audience like that, and people will come and see them because the Pixar films are amazing, and these other they're all just fun movies that you want to go and hang out and have fun watching. So.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for having us here.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. We're excited.
Glad you came.
Taking a lunch break, then going back to work. So, Michael Giacchino.
Nice job.
Yes. What caused a herd of cows to jump to its death from a cliff in Switzerland last week? That is the question pondered by farming experts in the area.
You know what they're labeling this, Preston?
No. Oh.
An utter catastrophe. Oh, my God! It's been a while. But the return of the utter catastrophe joke.
I never see that setup coming. I get these stories ready to go in the morning and sometimes think, I wonder what Steve will say about this.
But they don't know what moved them to do that?
Man, we're milking this one!
No one knows what may have steered them off of the cliff.
It just doesn't stop!
Yeah.
Still going.
Before they had to hoof it out.
All right.
Okay.
What else you got?
Teats. All right, anyhow, the 13 Heron cows broke.
The crowd loved it.
I did. They did.
You can hear the applause.
Broke out of their pen, ran towards a cliff, and either fell or threw themselves off the 50-meter drop last Wednesday night. Wow. 12 of them died. The 13th actually survived, probably because it landed on the others, but was injured and taken to an animal hospital. The cows broke through several lines around the pasture before finding themselves on the ridge. They fell into the void as though they were forced into it. The president of Farming Insurance Company in the region told the paper, in total, the cows were thought to be worth about 20,000 francs.
They're saying the remaining cow's odds are half and half.
God.
Got one more.
Oh, my God. That one I actually like. Okay. That was good. They belong, even though it was cheesy.
It's a dairy product.
That's right. So they belong to several owners, but were all grazing on land belonging to a local couple who said that they thought some kind of predator must have chased the beasts off the cliff.
That must have been one hell of a predator. It's not.
Yeah.
They're not even considering a suicide cult.
Nevertheless, the behavior is on the road and is going to be performing at City Winery tonight, supporting the Shadows Tour, which is in support of her 11th studio album called Shadows. And we are happy to have in our studio this morning, please welcome Tiffany.
Hey. Thank you.
Hi, Tiffany. How are you? Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Thanks for being here today.
Thank you for having us here.
Our pleasure. We were just chatting off air about all these other gigs you've been playing and where you're headed to next and all that. And we actually, and I wanted to lead with this. We have a little bit of a history with you. You probably don't remember because you played so many shows, and this was a long time ago too. This was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
At least 20 years ago. Maybe probably more than 20 years ago. We were doing a live broadcast. It was on Fat Tuesday on South Street in Philadelphia at a place called Fat Tuesday. And you were coming by for an interview, just for an interview.
You were promoting manic panic hair coloring.
Yes.
Yes.
And
do you remember, guys?
So you came in, we had a house band, and they had learned, I think we're alone now.
Right.
And we were just like, we'll pitch it to her. She's probably not going to want to do it.
Thinking, there's
no way she's going to do it.
Against
and
you.
we had a fanatical, crazy, hard drinking, 6 a.m. drinker crowd in front of us. You got up and you sang, and the band had learned it note for note, the harmonies and everything. You got up, that crowd went crazy when you started singing.
I do remember actually this. Didn't I have my band with me? Or some
No.
people with me?
You did not. I thought you might not remember you said so many because you literally were alone, and the guys. It was the band.
This story's becoming sad on my part. What's happening here?
It was the band Mr. Green Jeans, who was our house band, and you're singing along. You get to the chorus. And I forgot who it was, Ronnie, or I forgot one of the
Ryan, maybe
the keyboardist started singing the high harmonies, and you turn around, and you're like, "What? Yeah, awesome!
Save the day.
Yeah, it was
It
great.
was so. That's why you're always a beloved friend of the show because that was one of our greatest moments. And the fact, because you were so used to people saying, "Nah, it's early," you just said, "Yeah." And you did it. And that crowd, again, went nuts.
It was exciting.
Yeah.
I like to sing, so I'll get up there and jump up there. I'm usually not very shy.
Are you surprised that people, 11 albums, and so you've always been working. I mean, you've always been involved. Whether you have a multitude of things you've been involved in, whether it's like you've done some fun movies and reality shows, but the music has always been right through that whole process.
Yeah.
And people must. Because some of the stuff is not what we're hearing. Let's say I think we're alone now, but you've been hard at work for years putting out albums.
Well, silly movies, like you said, sci-fi, Mega Python versus Gatoroid, very serious stuff.
Where you fought Debbie
I haven't
Gibson.
been singing. I've been saving the world from.
By the way, we
these
love those
creatures.
movies. Yeah, we
Thank
love.
you.
Yeah,
I do too.
Yeah.
And I'm going back. Actually, I just reconnected with Asylum Productions, and there's talks about doing some more sci-fi in my world. So I'm really excited about that. But yeah, I think everything circles back around music, especially in today's world. You have to kind of. It's exciting because you can live different parts of yourself.
Sure.
Like my company's Let's End My Friend, which is holistic healing, and just my knowledge and what I'm learning on the road with my own health battles and traveling on the road all the time and how to keep it together. And then, cooking. I cook Let's Food with Tiffany. So, but all of it is just leading back to music and what I do. And now the new album, Shadows, we're finally out on the road with it. But this tour is different. It's a little wink back to retro.
Okay.
It's a UV experience, so get your UV on. Come out and glow with me. We're selling jackets. I've painted them, hand painted them. They glow. Cool stuff to wear during the show. Of course, light up balls that everybody can throw around. So we're just really kind of having fun. I think I spent so much time on the road showing people I could really sing, showing people I was a really musician, all of that. But this tour, I can kind of live in both worlds.
Yeah.
I think, that we've set that base a little bit about she's still here and she really can sing and she's a songwriter now and come do, more rock stuff with me. And now I can kind of step back and also have fun with the retro stuff. So that's what we're doing tonight. We're going to live in the best of both worlds.
And that's how this tour will proceed, with this style, with this approach?
With this approach. I mean, the new album is pretty much like, I call it rock retro.
Okay.
It's a little bit of a wink back to the 80s flair.
Yeah.
The fun of that music. I can't really put my finger on it, but whatever that was, it's there. And we worked really hard on it. Modern production from my producer who sits next to me, Mark Alberici. And a little bit of a wink back to punk music, you know? So it's a little bit of all of that together on the new album.
Yeah, it's funny because I go back to 1987, which is when that album and that song hit. And for me, that was like when I look back at my childhood, like for some reason, 1987 always plays over and over again because of that was it was the year I had my first kiss, and that summer of 1987 was the summer of I Think We're Alone Now. And, I was at the pool and I was with all my friends and I hung out with a bunch of girls and we were kissing and all that. I mean, honestly, like
we were finding ourselves.
we were finding ourselves at that time. But also, like, in addition to like what the activities that there was a soundtrack. And you are a soundtrack of my life, which are part of the soundtrack of my life, which is really, really cool. And I'm glad that that is something that you embrace.
I love it. I do. I really do. I mean, I do the music diaries on YouTube, and it talks about each album and not what you would think. It's not really about my take on the music. It's about my take on living through it. All the emotions I had, all the experience I was having in my home life, from relationships, all of it, and how that affected me as a musician or performer. And those early albums, I was finding myself.
You were a kid.
Right along with my fans.
Yeah.
So, I was right in there with you guys.
Yeah.
Even though I was Tiffany, I was really listening to your stories and connecting with my fans and, talking about adolescence and heartbreak and, again, maybe not having the best home life. I love my family, but they were a little crazy. So, but everybody's was. It took me a while to move around the world to realize, whoa, we're all like connected. It's all kind of the same thing.
Well, and now the older music, like when I hear it, it just takes me back to such a great time in my life. It's so nice. But
carefree,
yeah, carefree, totally. But I have to ask you, the rivalry between you and Debbie Gibson, was that real or is that made up by tabloids?
No, that is totally made up. We are friends. I mean, she's my partner in saving the world from Mega Python and Gatorade. No, we are buddies. We're so different, but that's what we love about each other. I think that it's again full circle. The fans know now they don't have to pick Debbie or Tiffany. They can have us both. There's no rivalry there.
It's like the Stones and the Beatles.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, what it was great is that you got to depict that quote unquote rivalry because you guys actually physically fight in the movie.
Oh, yeah, we had a blast.
Which was hilarious.
Casey mentioned the soundtrack, and it's got to be fun to you when you hear your music and your performances come up. We're watching the first season of The Umbrella Academy, the very first episode.
Right.
Huge scene. The entire song is played.
I know.
I think we're
so
alone
exciting.
now.
I'm a fan of the show.
That had to have been
so
cool.
that was a great. I didn't know about it.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was going to happen. So it was a great surprise.
Yeah, and so that it's so that song in particular is woven into a lot of different soundtracks, and you're usually not aware of when that's going to happen.
No.
It just kind of
right now, it's a commercial for McDonald's actually in the UK.
What?
So
In
that's
the
cool.
UK. Wow. I wanted to ask because of the album Shadows, and I was reading an interview with you where you were talking about you're off a divorce, right?
Yes.
And I was wondering, as a songwriter, is it better to write from a place of pain or of elation and joy? Which works better for you?
I can do both.
Yeah.
I think what comes naturally out of me is the more solemn. I'm a true life musician.
Okay, yeah.
There's always a deep sadness there that I don't really understand sometimes. But, again, that's why I love songs like Could Have Been, All This Time. Some of the ballads that I was singing back then, I related to for some reason, probably because I saw as a kid broken relationships and the sorrow of that.
I want to talk about your family in a second, but to that point, are you still not when that all broke, you were the youngest person to have back-to-back #1 albums on the Billboard charts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And that blew my mind. That's pretty. And how old were you?
I was 15. I was 16, actually, I think, when all of that really started to happen. 14 when I recorded the record, 15 when I did the mall tour, and then it started to take off. And by the time I was 16, I had number one.
It's huge.
Touring the world.
And to your family. And I remember when that was all, you wanted to get legal emancipation from your family. And I didn't realize, you know how this stuff gets parsed out and how it's fed out to the public. And then you read about the story really. And I remember there was some backlash against you and what you're doing to your family, and then you read about your family, and you're candid about. You've been candid. You know, your mother had many issues, and explain to people what your situation was and why you were eager to get that emancipation.
Well, I don't think that, to be honest with you, I don't think going into a trial, and again, that was all taken advantage because I was Tiffany.
Right.
So the attorneys, of course, want to rake in that bill. It took
And
me
hide
years
their
to
visibility.
understand
Yeah.
all of this. But really, what happened was I wanted to move out of the house where my mom was and my stepfather because they had reunited again. And I felt that they didn't really address some of the problems. I was deathly afraid my mom was going to return back to, drinking.
Yeah.
And I didn't really want to be a part of that. So I wanted to go and live with my grandmother. But my
more
mom,
stable.
was kind of dependent on me. There's that codependency. We had that relationship for a long time. Again, I didn't know what that was. But so she didn't really want to let me go. It was just that simple, that I was like her security blanket. But at the time, again, I got a major record deal. I'm now touring the world. I've got the label. I've got the management. And I just couldn't do the home thing as well. Go home
And you're
clean
super
up the
young.
messes.
You're having to
I
act
just
like
wanted
an
to go to my grandma's.
Yeah.
Really, it was down the street. And I ended up, somebody put it in my head, well, you probably should file for emancipation.
Yeah.
That's the only way you're going to really be heard or can actually make this happen where you are out of the home. And that's what happened. I filed for emancipation. It was ugly. I think it was something my family had to go through, and it was really bad for a minute. But my mom got sober, stayed sober, and the family actually healed after that.
So the emancipation didn't happen? Just
it did happen.
Oh, it did
I was
happen.
emancipated. I went and lived with my grandmother.
Okay.
And it took me a couple of years to really reconnect with my mom and get a real understanding of what had happened. Again, there's that therapy and that healing. And, she had to come out of that darkness for herself as well. So we connected. And once I became a mom, that's when, I think my whole relationship with my mom really healed because the music thing she didn't really get. She didn't know how to really advise me from that. And I think it was very overwhelming for my family.
Have you seen the Brooke Shields special on the documentary?
I have a little bit.
It's so
yes,
linear to
it
what
is.
you're saying.
I love Brooke. She's always been so nice to me. She's wonderful.
My God, I mean, same mom. Her mom was living her life through her, and got very attached.
I think my mom wasn't really living my life. My mom didn't know how to live her own life. She was very shy and very quiet. And then I had this overpowering manager who, again, if you're trying to find your voice and you really don't know how to handle things maybe without alcohol, he was really overpowering and probably not what she needed.
Right.
But again, sometimes the whole world collapses on you to rebuild. And that's what my mom did. So it's a success story in the end. My family's really great. Everybody's healthy. There's no drama now. And I have a son who's 30, and he's a structural engineer. His name's Elijah. And, I'm living life. I'm proud. Everything's good.
Awesome.
So would you have done it differently or no?
I would have done it differently because, again, I didn't really expect that long trial. I didn't expect them to pull punches where they, went and interviewed people and threw out things about my family that I really didn't really want out there, and wasn't aware that was how it was going to happen.
It was pretty rotten.
So yeah, I mean, I would have put my whole family into counseling. I think it would have been cheaper, and I think we just really need to have a talk it out. And my mom needed those skills and those tools to live sober.
Yeah, it's smart. If people talk, if you communicate, you can get some things done.
And yet it's the hardest thing for people to do sometimes.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, listen, we want to talk some more. We want to get some more questions. We have some more questions for you, but we also want to hear you perform this morning.
Awesome. Okay.
So we have Mark Alberici, who's going to be performing guitar here, and Tiffany singing along. So what are we going to hear?
We are going to hear You're My Everything, the new single from Shadows.
Nice. Let's check this out. It is Tiffany on MMR.
You're my everything. You're my everything and all. You're my everything in me, all my love. Once again, here I am, telling you my heart is true. Honestly, I can't take the strain. There's no words to pull you through. You're my everything. You're my everything and all. You're my everything in me, all my love. In a world full of sadness, love is a foolish thing. You heal from the scars to break your heart over again. All I am is all we are, but I'm screaming in the dark. Tell me why we're broken hearts, burning home right from the start. You're my everything. You're my everything and all. You're my everything in me, all my love. You're my everything. You're my everything and all. You're my everything in me, all my love. In a world full of sadness, love is a foolish thing. You heal from the scars to break your heart over again. In a world full of sadness, love is a foolish thing. You heal from the scars to break your heart over again. You heal from the scars to break your heart over again.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Cranking it out there.
If you just tuned in, that is Tiffany performing live here in our studio this morning. She's going to be at City Winery tonight, and you can get tickets at citywinery.com/Philadelphia. And we were talking off air. Then you're headed off to play Daryl's house, right?
I'm excited.
Yeah,
Never
so
been.
Daryl Hall.
So,
and
yeah.
is it a concert venue, or is he
It's a concert
recording
venue.
it as
He
well?
actually has a concert venue. I know that there was a show as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
I think he stopped the show for a minute.
Yeah.
So this is his concert venue, and I'm thrilled. I'm excited. All the shows, I'm thrilled. This is going to be a great tour. I really am. So, it's nice to be here in Philly. I have family here, so tonight I'm going to see everybody's faces.
Oh,
so that it's always great to see the fans. It's always great to make new fans, but it's also great to see all of you guys as well. Thank you for having us here today.
Our pleasure.
But also family.
Yeah. Who's family? Who's in town? Cousins?
Oh, cousins. Yes,
okay.
cousins. An extended team TIFF, which I call my family. So
TIFF?
it takes a village to do what I do, especially as an independent nowadays. So
Yeah.
I love all of them.
I wanted to ask, and if it's too personal, pardon me, but are you single right now? Are you
No,
seeing
I'm
anybody?
engaged.
Get out, you too.
Really?
You guys are engaged?
Congratulations. There you
Nice.
go.
Congratulations.
I'm engaged to Mark.
How
Yes.
long ago did that happen?
Oh gosh, it was Christmas Eve. How romantic, right?
Yes.
Nice job.
Whole deal. Total surprise.
Okay. You set a
Total
date yet, or is it wait and see?
No, actually, we're just Well, I think we're still talking about it. Mark is from London. He can talk, and he's
Yes.
it's very early.
I wasn't sure.
I will say.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's true. He is true rock and roll.
So you went with the guy who can talk.
I did. He does, and he has a beautiful accent.
Yes.
He's a Londoner. So.
Well, yes, I am.
Hey, Steve. I'm sensing like Hallmark Christmas movie
Hallmark
here.
Christmas movie, perfect. Tiffany, it'd be
I
awesome.
would say no to Hallmark. I think I'm more of a Lifetime girl as
Okay.
well,
All right.
though.
All right.
There's a little drama there.
Well,
so,
that's
yeah.
true. That's true. Yeah.
If we're gonna do it, let's do it right.
I love that. I love that. I wanted to ask about your who came up with the concept of the mall tour, which put you, because like locally here, the Hooters played a lot of high schools early on, and people still talk about that. That was just such a nuclear explosion when you did those tours, because the video from that ended up as that first video that
Right.
sold the song.
Right. That was because I was going to get dropped by my label.
Really?
It really was. I started performing out here on the East Coast, doing clubs. I'm an LA girl, born and raised, but there were no dance clubs really in LA. It was rock. And they sent me out here to the East Coast. I was 15, doing I Think We're Alone Now.
Right.
And it was going wild. Everybody loved it. But I was too young to even be in the club.
Right.
So the age difference was like, how are we going to like have fans for her? She can't even stay in the club. So literally they were going to drop my project. They had tried a bunch of different things, and it was my A&R guy walking through the mall with his daughter, and he thought, well, they have hair shows and they have fashion shows and, you know, all these different tutorials, makeup tutorials. Why not have music? So that's how the mall tour was born.
It was brilliant. Yeah, yeah.
It was brilliant. It saved everything for me. Made me a mean shopaholic as well.
Sure. But Casey pointed out, you were of the age of the girls who would be in that mall shopping.
Oh, yeah.
And you're there performing.
I used to love it because I would perform, get up and do like 5 songs, do my whole thing. And then literally there'd be a crowd of people and I'd be like, do you want to go and have a hot dog? And they'd be like, okay. And like all these people, when we'd have hot dogs and pizza, and then I'd come back and sing again and the crowd would get a little bigger. And I'd be like, do you want to have a hot dog?
Tiffany, you mentioned Brooke Shields always being nice to you. Who along your route throughout the years were you surprised to find out was like starstruck? Tiffany, oh my God.
Oh, Alanis Morissette.
No
Alanis Morissette.
She totally was like, oh my gosh, you're Tiffany. I was like, you're Alanis Morissette. That's weird, right?
That's awesome.
Did I
She's
hear?
totally cool. Yeah, she's awesome as a performer, as a vocalist, as a person, as a human, as a mom.
Yeah.
Have
you ever performed together?
As a fellow Zen holistic healer, and she's really into retreats and mental awareness and mental health. So I love her.
I wanted to ask you about that because I wasn't familiar. You said you have like a holistic healing. What is it that you did?
So what I'm doing is I have been diagnosed with long COVID, which is turning into some kind of weird autoimmune disease now. So just like we were saying earlier, like arthritic conditions and stuff. So I'm battling it with nature, natural remedies, acupuncture, Chinese medicine. I've always been into that, but now it's really, I'm applying it to my life. So as I travel around, I'm just kind of, Let's End My Friend is on Instagram. I'm going to be having a website connecting the dots of alternative ways and information for everybody in my community. So as I travel around again, you know, the world, I'm going to be meeting with doctors and holistic practitioners, going to do acupuncture. I'm basically the guinea pig. So come see that happen. And hopefully I'll just start feeling better and better every day.
Are you happy with the results so far as you go on this journey?
I am. I found a great doctor in Nashville, Dr. Toddy, so I'm going to be interviewing her as well, and just finding anything and everything we can about, you know, mental awareness, again, mental health, calming the body, living to our best capacity. A lot of it is stressors. I know I'm a go-getter, so I put a lot of extra stress on myself, and learning to balance is the biggest deal.
You
It's
mentioned
easier
your
said than done.
You mentioned your 30-year-old son. How has he handled having Tiffany as mom and you getting recognized and that whole thing?
You know, Elijah, I had the perfect son. He just came out that way.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, whatever. You're my mom.
Yeah. Okay.
Not
That's pretty much
starstruck.
been his. He's like, anyway, can I get some food? Great. When you're done with that. No, he's really always been that way, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I'm just mom.
Tiffany, you mentioned emotions attached in songwriting, and I'm curious as to at any point in your life, was there bitterness and or resentment towards I Think We're Alone Now? Did you ever look back on it and regret it?
No.
You always
no,
embraced
I've never. I didn't want to record the song, so I started out with that mindset. To be honest with you, even at 14, I was like, well, this isn't Stevie Nicks. This is what I want to do. I came from country to more like a classic rock transition, all of the age of 9 and 10, and then landed in pop music. And when we were first recording, it was a little bit more like the band Texas, a little bit more like a Sheryl Crow, a little Stevie Nicks, and then all of a sudden enter in I Think We're Alone Now. And I was not thrilled. I thought that wouldn't show I could sing and put me in a dance category, which happened. But that's not a bad thing. It just was my path. And now I can do other things and still celebrate I Think We're Alone Now. So I've never gotten tired of singing this song. Everybody asks, are you going to sing I Think We're Alone Now? Always, always, always. And we've rocked it out. So this show, again, we're having fun. We've extended it. It's got some new, different elements in it. And of course, we're going to be rocking our UV in it. So
very cool.
Come and have fun with I Think We're Alone Now on the show.
Are we hearing that this morning? Are you going to play that this morning? Okay, excellent.
So you guys have to.
This is great. And even if you're hearing it on the radio now, that's great. But when you hear it in person, you get to dance.
Yes.
You get to really get to feel,
I'm milking this one. Like I said,
Yeah.
this is really a celebration of music for me, period.
Okay.
For being here for over 30 years, for having new fans, and of course, all the people that came to the mall tour in the beginning. So that's, I think, again, this is the highlight of the show. At the end of the show, I think we're alone now. And we're going to make you dance. We're going to make you sing.
Love it.
We're just going to get all hot and sweaty and have a good time.
All right, well, let's get a feel for it now if you're ready.
Awesome.
Tiffany's playing City Winery tonight. Here we go on MMR.
I think we're alone now, yeah. Children behave. That's what they say when we're together. I watch how you play. They don't understand, and so we're running just as fast as we can. Holding on to one another's hand. Trying to get away into the night. Then you put your arms around me and we tumble to the ground, and then we say, I think we're alone now. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. Beating of our hearts is the only sound. I think we're alone now. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. Beating of our hearts is the only sound. Look out the way. We gotta hide what we're doing. 'Cause what would they say if they ever knew? And so we're running just as fast as we can. Holding on to one another's hand. Trying to get away into the night. Then you put your arms around me and we tumble to the ground, and then we say, I think we're alone. Now come on, everybody. It doesn't seem to be anyone around in your cars. I think we're alone now. Beating of our hearts is the only sound. Oh yeah, I think we're alone now. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. Beating of our hearts, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I think we're alone now, yeah. All right, here we go. Running just as fast as we can. Holding on to one another's hand. Trying to get away into the night. Then you put your arms around me and we tumble to the ground, and then we say, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, yeah. touch your heartbeat. I can change your heartbeat. Let me hear your heartbeat. Let me feel your heartbeat. Let me touch your heartbeat. I can change your heartbeat. Let me hear your heartbeat. Let me feel your heartbeat. Let me touch your heartbeat. I can change your heartbeat. Let me hear your heartbeat. Let me feel your heartbeat. Let me touch your heartbeat. Yeah, yeah. I can't wait a long time.
I so wanted to sing along, but I would have ruined it.
Yeah.
I would have destroyed it.
I was going to say the same thing. Tiffany wanted us to sing along. I'm
Where were you guys?
like, we're not ruining this.
We're going to ruin this.
We
Tiffany, you don't realize how bad we are.
I could see it. I could see it.
We
in
were
your
grooving.
face.
We were definitely grooving. So we stayed away from that. Sorry. But again, Tiffany playing City Winery tonight. I have a song about, or I have a question about that song and a moment in there that I absolutely love. You do it twice. And it's in the line, and I'm talking about the original recording, Into the Night, because you go, into the night. You do that. Did a producer ask you to do it that way? Or, okay, that's what I thought.
I've always had that kind of Stevie Nicks grit, probably because I that's all I did in a room was like, I can see, all that kind of stuff. So it's naturally there. But of course, on the record, he was like, I really want it into the night. I was like, and of course, it was the 80s, guys. So.
Well, you sounded, your voice was much older. I mean, when I heard the song before I saw the video, and I thought this had to be a much older singer.
Right.
Yeah, so that it was very, very accomplished. Tommy James and the Shandells were the artists. Did you ever interact with?
Oh, I've met Tommy James so many times. He's lovely and he's wonderful. Richie Cordell was the writer of the song as well. But yeah, I mean, when the song came to me at first, it was like, children behave. I was like, where are we going with this?
It was
What is
very
happening?
croonerish, yeah.
And then I came back the next day and it was dun 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 dun. And I was like, oh, it's even worse. Okay.
Well, the songwriter had to have loved you because he put some dollars in his pocket.
Well, and not to mention, I think it was like 5 months later, we have Moni Moni from Billy Idol.
Yeah.
So it was a good year.
No, you're right. I forgot about that. That was not that long.
But great
after that.
songs.
Wasn't Dirty Dancing that year as well? And that soundtrack was huge. And there was like a lot of 50s, 60s era like doo-wop music on there. And that,
I think so.
It all complemented one another.
Wow. Well, listen, we're so excited you made it by here this morning. And we wanted to thank you for, that excitement that we got 20 years ago.
We will never forget
20
it.
some odd years ago on South Street. It was so cool. And today was so cool. And tonight's going to be so cool. City Winery, if you'd like to go see Tiffany. So we're happy that you're still doing what you do. And if you're gonna do more of the movie stuff, you got to get back in touch with us.
Oh,
We want
definitely.
We want to hear about that too.
TiffanyTeens.com. Everybody who's listening, please visit me there. That's all things Tiff World, and come be a part of my world.
Yes.
We're doing a lot of different things, and of course, music is always in there somewhere. So definitely.
And
if you come to the
congratulations.
show tonight, we're gonna have to sing.
Yes.
None of this.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna make you work.
Absolutely. And congratulations, you and Mark, as Steve was saying, on your engagement and everything. Thank you so much for being here. It's Tiffany, everybody. City Winery tonight. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in just a second. Stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah.
Do you find that you're intuitive, Kathy? Like when, for example, Dennis sees your Target bill, can you see into his eyes?
No, but I think I could look, and more so though with men than women. Like if do you know what I'm saying? Like if it was a girlfriend of mine, I'm not sure that I would necessarily be able to tell. Maybe that's because we're I don't know, better at hiding
Cancel each other out
or something like that. But and not and like maybe you guys too, or other men that I'm close with.
Do you want to see my defensive face so that I can show?
Yeah, let's see if I can.
Right, Preston?
You look stupid.
Yeah.
I know that face.
I go gump. I'm going gump.
I'm going dumb. I'm going gump. She'll never break through.
I gotta go gump on this one, or she'll be on to me. I don't know.
You know what? I don't find myself trying to think too much about trying to read people. Casey reads people a lot, I think. Do you notice that about yourself, Casey?
Yeah, well, I was a communications major, so.
That's where they teach you to read people.
No, but I do. I find that Casey reads people a lot and can say that, he's lying or he's thinking about something else.
Hey, Preston.
Yep.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Hold it up.
Look into my eyes. What's the picture of?
It's a penis. I knew it. Steve, I didn't even see you.
All right.
That's just because you guys are in love.
That's just because I know him.
Let me do it. All right.
You going to draw a picture?
Yes.
Dude, I totally nailed that.
Yes, you did.
What else would you draw? I almost said butthole.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Steve drew a picture of, what is it? A penis. A hairy penis.
I knew it was hairy balls.
I drew it with hairy balls.
Okay. All right.
Kathy, you going to draw something?
Yeah.
Well, Kathy should be able to divine.
You know what? Yeah.
All of you are going to draw a penis.
No,
Is there
no.
any guy here in this entire place is going to draw a penis? So
I won't draw a penis.
You're lying.
I promise.
All right.
Kathy.
All right.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Kathy, really look into
Casey's eyes. Okay.
Okay.
It's a dog's penis.
No.
Am I close?
Preston.
All right.
What did I draw?
This time you drew a butthole.
No, I draw boobs.
Okay.
Nick drew boobs too.
All right, Kathy. Can you see it?
No.
I
can't.
see it.
I'm guessing what you drew.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now look, you got to look into Preston's eyes. Preston, you have to let her see your eyes.
Yeah. Don't cover your eyes up.
And don't go gump.
A butthole.
She's terrible at
Close. It's a vagina.
Oh.
No, wait, that's a penis. I'm sorry.
That's a penis.
Veiny.
Veiny, too.
Yeah.
All right, anyway.
Okay.
You want?
Have we proved anything here?
All right, do you want to see what I drew?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, look at
No,
Kathy's
let's see.
eyes.
Steve, do it to Steve. He's better.
All right. I can't see through the paper. Something you drew.
Look at her eyes. The eyes should give it away.
Yeah, the eyes are the window of the soul.
Yeah.
Soul is in Korea.
Also a fish.
It's also a shoe part.
Yeah.
And it's also a type of music.
Listen, when you guys like doodle, that you draw penises.
I know.
What
but
do you think? Like for real though, what do you think?
Big sweaty vagina.
No, that's not what I would do.
All right, hang on,
Not what I
Kathy.
would.
All right, so I think you're going to draw.
Vaginas are hard to draw. Penises
They are
easy to draw.
Draw a taco and add extra lettuce. Is it a penis?
It's not.
Okay.
Preston, you guess.
It's a car. We were just talking about cars. Oh my God!
What is it?
I did that just for you guys.
What is that?
That's somebody taking a dump.
Is it something dripping?
Is it a
It's a butt.
You have
I'm
brothers.
a terrible artist.
A butt into a target,
I thought it was
dripping
gonna be-
into
No,
a
that's the
target.
toilet. That's the toilet.
Okay.
I thought that was a puddle.
Yeah. All right.
I
Anyway.
thought that was sweaty balls in a puddle underneath of it.
So a study in this regard.
We just conducted. We need to share this data.
So we're getting ready to play a game, and so here's the deal. Let me set this up. I said it just a moment ago.
Yes.
U2 is doing the Joshua Tree 30th anniversary tour. They made an announcement they were going to be in Philadelphia, which is this Sunday. So a few months back when the announcement happened, I called up two friends of mine because the three of us together went to see that show. It was at the Arena in St. Louis, and it was a big deal because the Cardinals were at the seventh game of the World Series that night.
You had to make a call.
We had to. Are we going to watch the game or are we going to go to the concert? We had already bought the tickets.
How old are you at this time?
We were fresh out of high school, first year, so 19 years old,
Okay.
something like that, because it was 1987. And we went to the concert, and I just was so blown away by the show that night. And I was like a mid-level U2 fan. I thought they were a really good band. I knew enough of the material to go to the concert. The new album sounded great. I hadn't listened to the whole thing. I'd heard, some of the songs that were on the radio. I'm like, all right, let's go. And left that night just amazed. The lights came up. The crowd was still singing. They ended with 40.
Which is awesome.
And the crowd is still singing and singing. The band was long gone, and we were still singing, and the lights stayed on. And I was just like, this was amazing. This is the best concert I've ever seen. And I was just dumbfounded for a while after this. So it was a significant show.
Yes, yeah.
And when they made the announcement that the 30th anniversary was coming around, I'm like, I got to get these guys. We got to get together. We got to go see it together.
Everyone
again.
had the same experience with your friends here?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. So they're back in town. They got in yesterday and the day before, and we're going to the show on Sunday, and we're going to play some golf and stuff while we're here and just having a buddies thing, which is pretty cool. So I told you guys this, and you decided, well, why don't we have them come in? And we'll play a game with them.
Sure.
About my teenage and formative years.
Right. We've heard a lot of stories.
Yeah.
And so there's some stuff that we know. There's some stuff that I'm going to be asking. I have no idea what it means, but it should resonate with you guys.
Yeah, because Casey, I gave him some phone numbers from some old friends who couldn't be here, and he tracked them down and got some info, right?
Yeah, I talked to Hawk.
Yep.
Right. And then I talked to either Patty or Sandy.
I think you spoke to both of them, didn't you?
No,
I gave you Sandy's number.
You gave me Sandy's number, and then Patty somehow got involved as well.
Yeah, I saw those names pop up, and then the parole officer, of course. Obviously.
You needed all
Yeah,
the
all of
info.
the information, yeah.
You know, it's funny because I was, I consider myself a child of the 80s. And I definitely had yearbooks and all those things that I can look back at because I was in school at the same time as Preston, but I was slightly younger. And to see what you guys were doing, and I think you're like 7 years older than me, but like what you guys were doing and what you guys were up to in 7th and 8th grade, and then high school, it's just
It's freaky, isn't it?
Completely different world.
I mean, I look back at my old pictures, and there I am at the Continental Congress.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, it's just so wild.
Because I've told you guys in the past what DBH meant.
Yeah, Dubong hits.
Dubong hits. And so Casey's looking through my 7th and 8th grade yearbook and all the signatures and people signing, and it's like, dude, DBH till you can't stand it anymore. And this is in 7th and 8th grade.
And that's from teachers.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So
But
he
then-
was just looking at it and being
But
blown
it's
away.
also funny because I think a lot of times we have this attitude of like, oh, these kids today, they're crazier and they're doing things that I never did.
With
and
their
then,
malt shops and their leather jackets.
But the reality is I think the kids of the 80s were probably way worse than anybody right now.
I guarantee you, every generation has that perception. And
Yeah.
but there's something that is the same across the charts.
Yeah.
And I think as I'm looking through this, and we were looking at some of the things, and we were all laughing at the back, saying, "What the f does that mean?" Everyone's got their things, and that's why. It always amazes me when anybody runs for political office, because any of these things taken and put on, there are a number of things here that we're going to ask that if we're put on a front page of a paper, you'd say, what the hell? Yeah.
But we partied hard, man.
Yes,
We partied
yeah.
very, very hard. And these guys are a little nervous.
So why don't you introduce your
All right,
friends?
and before I do that, do we need any callers on the line to play along? All right, 215-263-WMMR. Somehow or another, we're going to work this in a way to have you win prizes as well. I don't really know what's going to happen.
Let me explain.
though.
It's going to be a straight-up trivia contest. And so we're going to have people playing. You're going to play for callers online. We're not going to go to them.
Okay.
They're just going to win prizes as we cycle through so we can move some product, and that'll be happening in the background. So
All right.
everyone will get assigned. If someone gets a question right, that person wins, and then we put another person in that spot,
right.
and that's how we'll proceed.
Before we introduce our contestant, Steve, what's the name of the game?
The name of the game is Preston, Cheston, and Steve Blast from the Ass Trivia Challenge.
Thank you, studio audience. Let's meet our contestants this morning. Contestant number 1 hails from St. Louis, Missouri, and he is currently a teacher who's got the summer off. It's a wonderful thing. We go way back, and yes, his name sounds like mine. We are welcoming Cheston Chet Plaguey.
Yeah!
Chet, good morning.
Thank you.
Good to have you here, sir. Good to see you.
Great to be here.
Excellent. All right, next, the guy I consider to be my best friend.
Yeah.
We go way, way back, and we've been through some times together.
We are aware of some of
I
them.
won't mention any of them now because it may be ones that are coming up in the particular contest.
I just think it's great that I have a story with Steve. I with that time that we spent down in St. Martin, and we enjoyed ourselves, and you lost your wedding ring.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun. He's
He
got
has a
that
nice
right there.
new one on now.
All right, please welcome Steve Leasick. By the way, those of you who've heard the story about my friend Steve who threw his phone into the ocean,
That's him.
this is him.
That would be that, Steve.
That was
All
a
right.
fun one.
That was a great throw.
Yeah,
You have
well,
to admit.
it was awesome. It was a small window. You could have shattered that door.
From distance, Maybe inebriated, maybe not.
Maybe not. So, friends, by the way, and just to contextualize this, these are friends at this point in time we're going to reference. But how long, I mean, does it go back to junior high and even...
Steve and I go back to junior high.
Okay.
So we probably started hanging out more in high school, but we were friends in junior high.
Oh, sure.
And then Chet didn't end up at art school until junior year, right?
Right.
Were you you were going to military school before that, right?
I was in military school.
Yeah. Was that by choice or did your parents
By
demand?
state decree.
It was forced.
It was forced?
Forced,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
All right, well, pleasure to meet you guys. I know Steve we met before, but good to meet you. And Cheston is Chet. That's your regular name. Okay.
And by the way, we have little placards with our names and our high school
I love it.
pictures. our
Nick
photos.
Murphy did some
Great.
wonderful little collections, Preston. Everyone looks fairly similar. No glasses on Steve.
No, thank God.
And a little less hair, but
No
I can
hair on me,
commiserate.
right.
Yeah, on Chet, but that's okay. That's all good to go. So we're good to go. We have our callers up. Everybody set?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. So you want to start this? Everyone has our El Cheapo buzzers.
Yeah, let's do that. So each one of us has a buzzer. This is going to be a trivia thing. So I guess we're going to buzz in when we know the answer.
Yes.
And we're going to hold these up to the microphone. I will signal mine so you know what it sounds like. All right, so
Okay.
that's me. And Chet, what does yours sound like? And then Steve?
Whatever.
All right. So understand that there's only so much we can know about the accuracy of the answer to this question. So we're going to play a little light and loose with the particulars here. So let's get started. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Yeah.
All right.
set.
Question number one: What aquatic school-based contest? What aquatic alcohol-based contest took place at Ben Aronson's house?
That was Preston.
That was me?
Yes.
Pool in the pig. Or pig in the pool.
All right, please explain.
Okay, so Ben had a cutting board that was in the shape of a pig.
Yeah.
And we would actually, it floated. So we would put it in the pool and we'd play quarters on that.
It's similar, but not. Okay,
Steve?
I'm going to have to go with riding the 10-speed
Into the pool.
See, that's what I thought it was.
Steve
Off
is
the
correct.
ramp.
Steve is correct. Now, as with anything we do, it is what I have on this paper that determines
That's
the correct
fine.
answer.
Yep. And
so
listen-
it says here, riding bikes into Ben's pool with Bud Light 12-pack boxes on your heads.
On the head, remember?
And this apparently was captured on very low-definition VHS.
Yes.
And it had no brakes.
It had no brakes. And I remember after we did that, when Ben's parents got back, what we didn't realize is we were marking up the bottom of the pool with tire tracks. And there were tracks all over the bottom of the pool.
Were these Bud Light 12-pack boxes, were they full or empty?
Oh, they were empty.
Okay.
But we fashioned them as if they were a hat. And they went, we'd put it over your head, like pull it down over your
like
face.
a protective shield.
Yeah, almost like a knight
Right, yes.
type of a helm that you would wear. So
All right. Well, our winner is Ron on line 3, by the way, and he has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. And you can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage. Visit handandstone.com.
All right, gentlemen. Question number 2. What religious holiday did you guys observe by skipping school and going to Preston's house to smoke pot?
WMMR.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
Yep, and that keyword is fun. 3-letter word, F-U-N. We're going to give it until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. And you can do it on the contest page at WMMR.com, or you can do it through the MMR app, or you can text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMRBQ Saturday, September 16th. Tickets on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. And winners will receive a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. For MMRBQ details, text FINALLY to 39333 for a link to the information. It is sponsored by Meineke, and we want you to win. So text that word, send that word, however you want to get it to us. The word is fun, F-U-N.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Mulch Works of Aston. They offer the highest quality mulch and topsoil that's manufactured on site, and they also have leaf compost, decorative stone, pavers, and more. Delivery or pickup for residential and commercial markets. You can visit mulchthis.com. All right, a woman accused of threatening to kill an Alaska Airlines flight attendant was federally charged with interfering with a flight crew and members and attendants.
Did they post any sign that said you could not threaten them?
That might be a technicality here. Chloe De Silva was on a flight from San Francisco to Chicago when she allegedly became disruptive on Friday. The flight said she was the flight she was on ultimately diverted to Kansas City because the pilot was worried for the safety of the passengers.
Well, they got into a fight over whether or not you could drive to Alaska?
Some think you can. De Silva allegedly...
It wasn't an argument. It was just a revelation.
De Silva allegedly cursed at and threatened an attendant on the flight. A flight attendant and 2 passengers had to restrain her with zip ties.
Wow.
A mother and baby seated nearby also moved to another part of the plane because of the safety concerns. And the FAA has a zero-tolerance policy against unruly passengers. And the agency can levy large fines against passengers and refer them to the Department of the Justice Department for criminal prosecution.
I wonder if they're going to proceed. I mean, there's got to be something that to do as far as sequestering these people from the general, population aboard a flight.
Yeah, they don't have a brig.
They don't have a brig.
Yeah.
I know that seems ridiculous, but it seems it's more and more in the news. They're going to have to do something.
Yep. So getting swallowed up by the gaping maw of the ground beneath one's feet is the stuff of nightmares, and it is what is happening again in the small Texas town of DeZetta. A huge sinkhole that had appeared to be stable for more than 15 years suddenly began expanding about a week ago, growing by several acres and leaving nearby residents terrified that it will take them and their homes. Video footage shows buildings, tank containers, and other structures partially submerged in water. Deep cracks in the earth emanate from the dark pool like veins running beneath empty warehouses and heavy equipment.
I saw footage, Preston. It looked like Dune. It looked like the ground just being eaten up.
Years ago, the original crater made national news after suddenly collapsing on May 8, 2008. Over 2 days, it grew from a 20-foot hole to a cavity measuring about 900 feet across and 260 feet deep.
260 feet deep. That's 26 stories.
Eventually, the community learned to live with the giant hole in the ground. They just left it there.
It's our giant hole.
Treating it as something of a recreational area.
Hey, I'll meet you by the giant hole.
As USA Today reported, alligators have inhabited the waters, and some
This weekend, why not take in the giant hole?
And some DeZetta residents fish in the sinkhole's pond-like surface.
Oh, I wouldn't fish in that.
It remained visibly unchanged until April 2nd when residents reported it had taken on several more acres. Resident Tim Priestler said, "My neighbor came over and said he kept hearing popping sounds like a gunshot.
Oh, no.
We went to the backyard and there were buildings falling into it.
Wow.
He said it was like a movie. You can see cracks forming in the ground. Since then, a vacant building and several storage tanks have been consumed by the hole. The site is being investigated by multiple agencies. Working to figure out what triggered the latest collapse. Meanwhile, the Environmental Protection Agency is analyzing the contents of nearby tanks currently sitting along the edges to determine if they contain hazardous materials. The sinkhole, by the way, sits on what was once the Deloke oil and gas waste well.
Mm-hmm.
The company is no longer in operation, but storage of certain products remains on the property, which has seen a warehouse and several tanks give way to the path of the sinkhole. It's crazy. It's going to eat this town up. A Florida teacher is facing charges after she allegedly organized student fights in her classroom.
What?
She's the Don King of the school.
Angel Footman allegedly allowed students to brawl in her classroom at Griffin Middle School in Tallahassee last month as she looked on from her desk. School administrators were made aware of the fights after video showed 3 separate brawls in the classroom. In the videos, Footman was allegedly seen standing nearby or sitting at her desk while students were fighting. Students told the school resource deputy that Footman asked them whether they wanted to have, quote, a friendly fade before the fights began.
A friendly fade?
I have no idea what it means.
It's a haircut.
Footman would then lay out the rules by telling students not to pull hair or scream.
So there were rules.
Yeah, Footman would limit the brawls to 30 seconds and didn't allow phones during the fight. She even asked 2 students whether they wanted to come back during her 6-period planning period to run it back.
And they used a kindergartner as a ring card girl.
The school resource deputies said that school records revealed that the fights were never reported to administrators.
Of course not.
When investigators spoke with Footman, she admitted the fights happened in her classroom, but she denied organizing them. She told investigators that she didn't intervene because, quote, the fights all happened too fast for her to do anything. She faces 4 counts of contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
So we have an explanation of a fade. It's when 2 people agree to fight for a little bit. Once the fight is over, the 2 are supposed to go back to being friends. That's a friendly fade.
A friendly fade.
Almost like a hockey fight.
Yes.
Okay, I gotcha. All right. And then we'll do one more story. It's another moose story.
Oh, wow.
A moose walked into a medical building. Yes, it sounds like a setup of a joke, but it actually happened in Anchorage on Thursday.
The priest and the rabbi are right behind me.
A young moose trudging through the snow looking for a meal spotted green plants in the lobby of a medical building in the Providence, Alaska Health Park and decided to drop in for a dose of greenery.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Yes.
For a moment.
So the moose...
Listen, while I'm here, what does that look like to you?
The moose triggered the sensors on the automatic doors to the building that houses the hospital's cancer center and other medical offices, said Randy Hughes, the hospital's director of security. He said, excuse me, he said, we received a call from one of our tenants advising that a moose had just walked into the building. He believes that it's the same moose that's been hanging around campus. And even though moose are commonplace in Alaska, they made an announcement over the intercom, the moose's presence for safety concerns. He said, but it seemed like it was a magnet for people to come and see it. It's not every day you get to see a moose walking into a building, so everybody was excited to take pictures and stuff like that. On one video posted to social media, a woman wearing a mask and dressed in scrubs can be heard saying that's crazy as she walked by taking a picture. The moose was too preoccupied eating the office plants to notice the stir that he was causing.
Well, it's a good thing they were real and not plastic.
Yeah, no kidding. It would have been pissed. You would have had a pissed off moose. Security officers formed a semicircle to corral the moose and shoo it out of the door. One officer even grabbed a piece of the plant the moose had been eating and tried to lure it out, and they were able to get him out of there. So they got lucky that nobody got hurt. So that is what I have.
A moose story for each break, each bizarre file. It's amazing.
There's been a run on moose stories.
Yeah.
Ever since we included the moose clip.
Why don't you forget the moose?
You know?
For a moment.
I think we have something to do with that.
I have to say yes.
Hey, we mentioned this earlier. I'm going to reiterate it. We had given you a save the date for the Preston and Steve blood drive. It is going to be coming up Friday, June 16th. And the main reason that we're getting on board right now is because of the active donors being able to donate before and then donating during our blood drive. So the last day, if you're an active donor, that you can donate blood and still be eligible to do so at our event is April 20th. Okay, so that's why we're getting this to you now. June 16th. We're not going to take reservations yet. No appointments taken as of yet. But we will remind you there's going to be 2 locations again this year. So it'll be at Live Casino and Hotel in Philadelphia and the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks. And we'll be broadcasting live that morning from the Oaks location. So you can go to events at WMMR.com, get the complete details. We'll start taking appointments on May 8th, but we just want you to get this into your calendar and get ready and set that aside. You can put in 2 days, all right? You can put in June 16th for the actual event, and then you can put in May 8th for when we will start taking appointments. And if you want to put a third one in there, April 20th is the last day that you can donate and still be eligible for our blood drive. All right, you have a little less than 5 minutes remaining to enter the word fun for MMR's Concert Cash. I recommend you do that now, all right? Because that's all the time we have left. So the word is fun, F-U-N. Get it over to us to the app through WMMR.com or text it to 45911. Coming back with a lesson question, trash and music news.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Pleasure to meet you guys. I know Steve we met before, but good to meet you. And Cheston is Chet. That's your regular name. Okay.
And by the way, we have little placards with our names and our high school
I love
pictures.
it.
Nick Murphy did
Great.
some wonderful little collections, Preston. Everyone looks fairly similar. No glasses on Steve.
No, thank God.
And a little less hair, but
No
I can
hair on me,
commiserate.
right.
Yeah, on Chet, but that's okay. That's all good to go. So we're good to go. We have our callers up. Everybody set?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right.
Yeah.
So you want to start this? Everyone has our El Cheapo buzzers.
Yeah, let's do that. So each one of us has a buzzer. This is going to be a trivia thing. So I guess we're going to buzz in when we know the answer.
Yes.
And we're going to hold these up to the microphone. I will signal mine so you know what it sounds like. All right, so that's me. And Chet, what does yours sound like? And then Steve?
Whatever.
All right. So understand that there's only so much we can know about the accuracy of the answer to this question. So we're going to play a little light and loose with the particulars here. So let's get started. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Yeah.
All right.
set.
Question number one. What aquatic school-based contest, what aquatic alcohol-based contest took place at Ben Aronson's house?
That was Preston.
That was me?
Yes.
Pool in the pig. Or pig in the pool.
All right, please explain.
Okay, so Ben had a cutting board that was in the shape of a pig.
Yeah.
And we would actually, it floated. So we would put it in the pool and we'd play quarters on that.
It's similar, but not. Okay,
Steve?
I'm going to have to go with riding the 10-speed
Into the pool.
See, that's what I thought it was.
Steve
Off
is
the
correct.
ramp.
Steve is correct. Now, as with anything we do, it is what I have on this paper that determines
That's
the correct
fine.
answer.
Yep. And
so
listen-
it says here, riding bikes into Ben's pool with Bud Light 12-pack boxes on your heads.
On the head, remember?
And this apparently was captured on very low-definition VHS.
Yes.
And it had no brakes.
And it had no brakes. And I remember after we did that, when Ben's parents got back, what we didn't realize is we were marking up the bottom of the pool with tire tracks. And there were tracks all over the bottom of the pool.
Were these Bud Light 12-pack boxes, were they full or empty?
Oh, they were empty.
Okay.
But we fashioned them as if they were a hat. And they went, we'd put it over your head, like pull it down over your
like
face.
a protective shield.
Yeah, almost like a knight
yes.
type of a helm that you would wear. So
All right. Well, our winner is Ron on line 3, by the way, and he has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. And you can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage. Visit handandstone.com.
All right, gentlemen. Question number 2. What religious holiday did you guys observe by skipping school and going to Preston's house to smoke pot?
I remember that.
Okay, Preston.
That was Easter.
No.
We wouldn't have been at school on Easter.
I'm going to
What the
give you
hell?
an extra clue.
Damn it.
This was a jealous reaction to the Jewish kids getting so many holidays off.
Oh, Chet.
Rosh Hashanah?
No. Steve?
Hanukkah.
No. I have.
Wait. Kuala Lumpur.
It's a city in Malaysia.
Oh, damn it.
Yes, but often a holiday for many people who can't pronounce Hanukkah.
Hanukkah, no.
It is Good Friday.
I knew it was around Easter.
Yes, it was Good Friday, but as you rightly pointed out, you would not have been in school on Easter.
Who gave you the info?
This is from Hawk and Patty.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know what he's talking about.
All right, question number 3, gentlemen. And remember, our answers are correct despite what is accurate.
Right.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt? Who's? All right, Steve.
It would be Doc Plaguey.
Incorrect.
Chet's dad? No.
No? Okay.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt?
Let's talk this out, guys. What was the senior?
Okay,
scavenger
so somebody made a list. Might have been Skippy Marino, I think, that made a list of items that we were supposed to bring back to the school, and they included like a police officer's license plate.
Nice.
And the entire, you know how you go to a neighborhood,
Yeah.
and there's a sign that says "Welcome to Old Farm Estates" or whatever.
A whole
Stealing that huge
sign?
thing?
That huge thing. I mean, these big.
Did you guys
items.
get them?
Of course we did.
So
Flag
this is
from Bell Reef Country Club.
Yeah.
this is the father, okay? The father who made sure that Hawk didn't go to jail.
I know it wasn't my dad. There's no way.
No.
All right, Preston.
I'm just trying to think of who was buddies with Hawk besides our family. I would say Mr. Janvrin.
Mr. Janvrin, you are all incorrect, unless I'll give one final round if you want to go for it, Chet.
I have no idea.
The name I have here, and of course the correct, despite what is accurate, Mike Freeberger.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You
Thanks,
did not
John.
know. All right.
Yeah.
This next question, I have a feeling you'll get this.
All right.
By the way, the scavenger hunt. What would have been? Obviously, you're stealing things that are
Oh, yeah.
felonies. Yeah. What,
Stealing is right.
What was the most hard to get item in the scavenger list?
I think it was probably the neighborhood sign.
neighborhood sign.
And somebody did.
And where'd you get the neighborhood sign from?
I didn't get it. I don't know. I don't. But somebody did. And by the way,
I
you had
assume
to-
that was the crime.
You had to bring all of these items to the high school and leave them there.
All right.
And then there was a huge list. And I really didn't get anything.
So
that
you were
night, I don't
bringing
think.
stolen items onto school property.
Yeah.
All right.
Senior sleep out was awesome, man. Slept in my car. Me and Howard Rosen. I remember that. I don't know if you guys were out all night for
You
that or
guys
not.
lived in you're predominantly Jewish neighborhood, right?
Well, I mean, there were a lot of Jewish students.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Question number 4. You've got 1 correct, 2 not so much. All right.
We suck at this.
Mike Kirby.
Kirby.
Drove this rather muscular mullet Preston.
Javelin.
That is correct.
Kirby, that thing was loud. And I had a Mustang. I had a 73 Mustang. It was really loud too. And we just go burnouts all the time. And
Did he get in trouble for doing spinouts in the parking lot of the school as you did?
I don't think Kirby ever got in trouble
No.
for that. No.
Interesting fact about Mike Kirby: he bought the Playboy Club in St. Louis.
Are you
What?
serious?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It'd been
Drove a
shut,
javelin, bought the Playboy Club?
had been shut down, and I guess he bought it like back early 2000s.
Okay, so it was closed at the point he bought it?
It was closed.
All
and
right.
He bought it and turned into a teen club.
A teen. There you go.
Well, of course.
All right. So who was Preston playing for?
He was playing for Brooke, so Brooke won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. You can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage.
Very nice.
Handandstone.com.
All right, question number 6. As the story goes, and listen carefully to this, a sign was put up across a door about Nan's, quote, good couch. Paraphrase what that sign forbade and to whom it was directed.
Steve.
I
You have to paraphrase.
we weren't supposed to be on the good couch.
What were you not supposed to do on the good couch?
Relationships.
We'll take that! As we have it here, the sign read, no semen with a J.
Oh.
Can we get away with that?
No.
No jazz.
No jazz on the good couch.
Nice.
And this apparently, by my information, was directed specifically at you, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. Who was Nan? Whose house was
Was
this?
that Patty's? That might have been Pat.
Whose house was this?
Sandy's.
Is it Sandy's house?
I do believe.
No jazz.
And so it was so common for you to spread your seat around the furniture that a sign had
Steve's
to go
like a
up.
fire hose, man.
The Peter North of the group?
It only hurts when I juke. So. There's another story.
Yeah, we'll tell that another time.
All right, so that's an interesting piece. I'm not going to ask another question for fear of giving away another upcoming question.
All right, so that was Erica was our winner, and she's won a pair of tickets to the Bucks County Playhouse presents The Nerd, June 23rd through July 15th. Get ready to laugh out loud at the most ridiculous comedy of the summer. For tickets, call Playhouse box office or visit buckscountyplayhouse.org.
By the way, so Sandy, the girl who this happened at, now that was an offshoot of, we went to a high school called Parkway Central, but we also had a friendship with some Catholic school girls who went to St. Joe's Academy.
Yeah.
And that was Sandy and Patty and Cindy and a whole slew of them, actually, that were over there. So it was the Catholic school girls that were afraid of the semen on the couch.
So you could no man batter on the couch.
Yep.
All right.
On Nan's
All right.
couch.
There we go. So, question number 7. Where was Preston's band The Image playing the night of Hawk's 21st birthday?
Steve.
I'm going to go Litchfield.
Litchfield, Illinois at Ken's Lounge?
Nope. Preston.
WMMR. Everything that rocks. Kyle Mack, our video guru, was just in here telling us that he saw recently a Talking Heads tribute band And he said they were called Stop Making Sense. He said they were phenomenal.
Really?
It was like a big 11-piece with horns and all kinds of stuff. And yeah,
that's pretty wild.
I'm like that. I've never heard of a tribute band for Talking Heads, but that's a great band to do that treatment with.
Yeah.
There's a lot of visual stuff, and obviously there's a great catalog of music there. So we were just talking off air about how some tribute bands are doing really great jobs these days.
A lot of I think Kiss holds complete. Like you have to get certified through their organization, their business.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, before you can go do something like that. All right, it is 10:21 and beautiful day today. High of about 87 degrees. It's going to feel so
It's
toasty
unbelievable.
warm. Yeah. And tomorrow 84, and then Saturday we change a little bit. It's going to top out about 69, 70 degrees because some rain's coming in, thunderstorms, and Sunday's looking good though. All right, let's ask a lesson question and give away a $50 gift card to Manhattan Bagel. Nick sent these over. I'm going to switch this up a little bit, Nick, and I'm going to pose this a different way. What kind of business, or what is the name of the business we found out was an all-male review?
Okay.
It's not really, but it would be funny if it were. So what business did we find out is an all-male review? Earlier this morning, 215-263-WMMR is in our 7 o'clock hour. If you heard it and you know it, you should call because we'll do the trash while we're waiting for you to get through and to win.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. Purchasing a new cooling and heating system has never been easier. Horizon Services Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing will develop a custom solution installed the next day with no hassle financing. Book online at horizonezbook.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Daisy Ridley announcing she'll be returning to a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Ridley says she will soon begin work on a new film called Star Wars. Let's try this again.
Hey!
Elon Musk and Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak continuing to call on world leaders to temporarily stop the development of AI, saying it could be catastrophic. In fact, Wozniak placed a hush call to an assembly at the United Nations, saying he couldn't speak any louder because his waffle iron was listening.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Harvey Weinstein was transported in first class on a flight from L.A. to New York after being convicted of more molestation charges. Weinstein reportedly was a model passenger despite an early attempt to pleasure himself into an air sickness bag. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we are looking to see if anybody knows the answer to this question. What business did we find out is an all-male review? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Greg and see if we can get the answer. Hey, Greg. Morning.
Good morning.
Yes, Greg. All right. That's a new one. Greg, do me a favor and tell me what business is an all-male review?
Yes, the business is Barry's Buns.
Barry's Buns. You're correct. And it's not really. It's actually a bakery in Wildwood. Or is it Wildwood Crest? Wildwood Crest. All right. Hang on, Greg. We got you. And we're going to set you up with a $50 gift card to Manhattan Bagel, where sandwiches are always made to order with real fresh cracked eggs on the grill and authentic New York-style bagels. You can order ahead at manhattanbagel.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you this morning by Monster Jam. The Big Leagues of Monster Truck Competition comes to Lincoln Financial Field this Saturday, April 15th. You visit monsterjam.com for details. Well, Madonna's Like a Virgin, Daddy Yankee's Gasolina, and Mariah Carey's unbeatable holiday classic, All I Want for Christmas Is You, are among the recordings selected for preservation in the Library of Congress's National Recording Registry this year. The 2023 class of recordings include a mix of pop hits, classic gems, and even a few left field choices like Carl Sagan's audiobook of Pale Blue Dot and Koji Kondo's original Super Mario Brothers theme song.
Wow.
Marking the first time the video game music has been added to the National Recording Registry.
Stephen Hawking's Locomotion as well.
I did not know that he even did a version of that, but they must think it's a classic.
Everybody's doing a brand new dance now.
Come on, baby.
Come on, baby, do the locomotion.
So recordings added have been deemed worthy of preservation for all time based on their cultural, historical, or aesthetic importance in the nation's recorded sound heritage. While the majority of the class is comprised of singles, a few albums were given the honor, such as Like a Virgin, Queen Latifah's 1989 debut, All Hail the Queen.
Milli Vanilli.
The Police's 1983 LP, Synchronicity.
Wow.
Crosby, Still, Nash & Young's 1970 classic, Deja Vu, as well. The oldest addition to the registry this year is also an album. It's the very first mariachi recordings, 1908 to 1909, which boasts recordings by 4 Mexican musicians in Mexico City just after the turn of the century.
So is this is simply a registry, or is it the actual collection of, stored properly recordings?
I'm not sure how it works, but they I don't think they have the masters per se. But they will, I think they do take an actual recording and secure it.
Okay.
Somehow or another.
There's a ton of stuff that's secured for the great films and recordings in Carlsbad Caverns.
As for the individual songs in this year's class, there are a few entries that surprisingly haven't been added already, like John Lennon's Imagine and Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven. 2 iconic 1983 singles also made the cut. Irene Cara's Flashdance, What a Feeling, and the Eurythmics' Sweet Dreams Are Made of This. Another supremely fun addition of the registry this year is the song that not only captured a way of life, but launched a whole hospitality and merchandise empire, Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville. Also included is Bobby Gentry's still chilling ballad, Ode to Billy Joe. That's
I love that
a great song, man. Yep. The Four Seasons' Sherry, Jackie Del Shannon's rendition of Burt Bacharach and Hal David's What the World Needs Now, and John Denver's perennial Jim, Take Me Home, Country Roads. In fact, Denver's family said Dad's been gone 25 years, and this song continues to be sung at concerts and events around the world, which we're sure that Dad, Bill, and Taffy never imagined when they wrote it so many years ago. Thanks to the Library of Congress for this recognition.
I don't think I really ever appreciated John Denver's voice. And then last week, I saw a video of him and Mama Cass singing. I believe they were singing Leaving on a Jet Plane.
Okay.
It was awesome. It was really, really...
John Denver, had the singing, the movies, Oh God, and a few other movies that he did. And he also had a variety TV show. I mean...
The stuff from the Muppets was fantastic.
I love Rocky Mountain High. I think the vocals on that, you'd really dig that if you stop and listen to how he's singing and so on.
It's also how my dad met Janis Joplin.
Really?
Remember?
Through John Denver? I don't remember the story.
He used to hang out with them. Like, they were friends when my dad was younger, and Steve said it could have been around that time.
Was it because they were both
Had to be.
snipers in Vietnam? Is that where they met?
They're the ones that got Nick's dad out of the Manson clan.
It all connects.
My parents are so lame.
I have Mr. McElwain in my sights. He's about 5 clicks up. John Denver, are you ready to take this one? That's a go, Janis Joplin.
Rock Hudson hit on my dad one time.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah, there you go. There's my family story.
You saw a horror on John Goodman's back.
Well, that's me. I'm talking about my family, so that's a whole different thing.
My mom sat next to the Cardinal one time.
Oh, that's good.
Cardinal?
I don't know which Cardinal it was. It wasn't Cardinal Kroll.
No.
The Philly Cardinal, though?
Regali.
Oh, right.
Regali!
All of a sudden, Dr. Mike showed up.
Yeah.
Your dad played football with Fran Tarkenton.
He did.
All right.
Yep.
There's that.
And was coached by
My dad gave an enema to Fran Drescher.
What?
My dad gave an enema to Fran Drescher.
I wonder if there's a connection from Don Shula to Charles Manson.
You know what? And here I found out this the other days. Now that my dad's in town, I showed him the movie We Are Marshall. My dad was a coach at Marshall.
No kidding.
Yeah, he was a football coach.
Not
at Marshall.
like-
Speaking of Don Shula, was there a chain of
Shula's
steakhouses?
Yeah.
There was one. One used to be in Conshohocken, didn't it?
Yes.
Sounds familiar.
Yes.
I don't know.
I think they closed when he passed away, Steve, but I could be making that up.
Okay. They could have made him the last collection of steaks.
All right. Well, I have another music news story to pass along.
Is this music news?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Oh,
my God.
What?
Don Shula and Charles Manson are both from Ohio.
There you go.
They
There
were
you go.
both born in Ohio.
See? It all comes back to Ohio.
How did you find that out?
I just wikied them both.
Okay.
And,
Famous sports legends and serial killers.
Yeah, but they were born 4 years apart in Ohio. One was Grand River, the other was Cincinnati.
Do you know that Charles Manson actually had a brief period in his life where he was married, lived in a suburban setting, was a 9-to-5er, and then obviously things changed.
Yeah, things went
yeah.
a little wonky there.
That's Ohio for you, I guess. I don't know. All right, so set for release on June 2nd is the 40th anniversary super deluxe edition of Black Sabbath's first official concert collection called Live Evil. The new version's been expanded to 4 CDs and features 2 versions of the legendary live set, a newly remastered version by Andy Pierce, along with a new mix created from the original analog multi-tracks by longtime band associate Wynn Davis. The physical versions also, come with illustrated hardback books that include new liner notes and replicas of the concert book and a poster from the Mob Rules tour, which featured Ronnie James Dio on vocals and the rest of the gang. Vinny Appice was on drums at that point, and Jeff Nichols playing the keyboard. So that's coming out. Seven Dust has announced that their 14th studio album is entitled Truth Killer. The album is due out July 28th. The first single is entitled Fence, and a claymation music video directed by Ollie Jones has just been released. The track listing includes I Might Let the Devil In, Truth Killer, Won't Stop the Bleeding, Everything, No Revolution, Sick Mouth.
Sick mouth. Sick.
You see the mouth on her?
Sick. Probably has gingivitis. Need to floss. Maybe halitosis of the blowhole. Can't stand it when you're with the chick and her stank hole is.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Kathy and I were talking about this.
I was like all in until that.
Stank hole.
Stank hole.
There's also a song called Holy Water, Leave Hell Behind, Superficial Drug, Messenger, Love and Hate, and the final track is called Fence.
Starting a Supertramp cover band.
Yeah. Breakfast in America.
What's this video we're watching?
It's the claymation video of the Seven Dust song I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
I like claymation.
Yeah.
I miss the raisins.
Oh, the California raisins.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like raisins.
You know what claymation commercial I liked was the
Chips Ahoy.
Chips Ahoy commercial. Don't you want me, baby? Hey!
I thought you were going to say the Rocky one where they.
Ice-T. Lipton Ice-T.
Lipton Ice-T.
That was really him too, wasn't it?
It was.
Might have been, yeah.
It was
Wow.
Stallone, actually, from what I understand, voiced that, that character.
Hey, Brisk, baby.
That's right.
No, that's
That
is Frank Sinatra. He
Yes.
goes, "That's Brisk, baby."
Oh, okay.
And
His
that
was,
was-
"You gotta give me something to drink."
Well, yeah, and it was Joe Piscopo, I think, did the voice of Sinatra for that particular commercial.
God, they were well done.
All right, this has been your claymation moment in music news on the Preston and Steve Show. And we are done with that. All right, we're going to break. We're going to come back. We're going to wrap up the program, get you the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Chet?
I'm going to say it's the place in Soulard, Press. What's the name of that?
Yes.
The old
I just sent you the
schoolhouse.
picture of it.
Yeah, you did. It was an Irish name place. No.
No, incorrect. What we have here is ZBT House. I assume it's Zeta Beta.
Oh, my
Tau
God, in
at
Columbia.
Mizzou.
That was his birthday that night?
This is from Hawk himself, so I'm assuming that's
God.
correct.
You all had the same reaction to that.
That was
Okay,
an
explain.
insane night.
There is a much deeper story.
That was a crazy
Please, you
night.
tell.
We didn't go to the party.
Uh-huh.
You were too busy fouling a couch?
We walked. Yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
walked in and surveyed and walked out.
Wait, let me explain
Okay.
without saying. when you guys went in, didn't you think it was like raining inside or something like that?
There was
or it was
funny
snowing
the
or
walls
something.
were kind of doing things.
We may have been delving into
Yeah.
some hallucinogenics at the time.
So you thought it was raining inside and the walls were bending.
Mushrooms are
Yeah.
healthy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we were hired to play at this fraternity ZBT, which they said stood for Zibong Team. They were the Jewish house.
Yeah.
The
The
Jewish
guys at
house?
the Jewish house said all our answers were wrong.
Zits, butts, and teas is what I heard.
Okay, that's
Tits,
better.
butts, and teas.
And so it was just, I mean, you're playing at a frat house. It's
Yeah.
as party as you can possibly get. And these guys were staying at a hotel room because they wanted to be there for the party because they were living in St. Louis. Columbia's a couple hours away.
All right.
And so we were waiting for them to show up, and they never showed up. Well, it turns out they tripped, and they couldn't.
They showed
couldn't
up. That
leave.
was it. All right.
They're like,
couldn't leave.
We got to get out of here. We have to leave right
Can't
now.
see my hand, man. All right. So we had no winners on that. Next question. And this was just referenced, actually. What was the nickname given to the, quote, crappy Litchfield Motel?
Okay, now this is
Preston.
going to sound terrible. All right.
All right.
But it was the Haji Inn. Am I right?
That is correct. And this is
It was called the Motel 66 Court.
okay.
And there should have been a sign for Steve there about the jazz on the beds because a lot happened there.
Really?
Not mine.
So if you were to still
Not
bring
you.
one of those infrared lights or those blue lights,
Yeah. You could ring it out.
it looked like a Jackson Pollock.
Yeah.
All right, so the Haji Inn.
Yeah, so I got that one right.
All right,
All
yes.
right. Well, congratulations to Rick. Rick, you've won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino Resort. Tickets on sale. That would be today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Pre-sale began yesterday. You don't even worry about that because it's over.
All right, gentlemen.
Yes.
This one, when we actually reviewed this question, we laughed out loud at this. How did Steve earn the nickname Sterno? Preston.
You're not going to answer that? I know it. You didn't buzz in.
No, you got it.
All right. Steve used to light his farts all the time. And it was a little blue flame that would come out, and it reminded us of the sterno that you see, which is the liquid, the canned heat that you put underneath of little banquets, chafing dishes and whatnot to heat them up. So that's how he got the nickname Sterno.
We have here by lighting farts in nylon pants, which caused them to burn away. Did that actually happen?
I don't remember that.
The old nylon shorts, we may have had malfunction here or there.
Okay, all right.
All right, but that is correct.
Thank
So,
you.
Yes.
Another winner from Preston.
All right, so that is Jim has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial, and you can give the gift of relaxation. Father's Day is on Sunday, by the way, with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, two of my closest friends are here, Steve and Chet, and the gang has come up with these trivia questions from my past that they're asking to give you some prizes this morning.
Absolutely.
So
And
here we
Nick
go.
is keeping score. Nick, where do we stand right now?
I don't know how many questions you've read, Steve, but the score right now is Preston 3, Steve 2, Cheston 0.
All right. Maybe it changes with this question. What was the name of the full-sized arcade game at Hawk and Clearman's apartment? Who got it in first?
That's me.
Yeah.
Robotron.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Never heard of that
Robotron.
game.
Was this a full arcade game?
Yep.
I don't know that
absolutely.
game.
It's a great game.
Okay.
2 joysticks. You're the last. You're trying to save humanity from the robots, and I love it. Still play it. I have it on my arcade game at home.
Cool.
All right. Very cool.
All right, well, we've just given our winner, and our winner is Laurie, our final Hand and Stone gift card, which is good for a free massage or facial. Be sure to give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th. Handandstone.com.
By the way, I just got a text from Sandy. Actually, it was at Patty's house where you weren't supposed to jazz on Nan's couch.
It was a nice couch.
Yeah. All right.
All right. We have a few more questions. And by the way, we understand that a number of your friends are listening on line right now. Preston.
I put out a little Facebook video.
All right,
so.
all right.
And they can watch it too, by the way. We have the webcam up and running, so you can
Okay.
go to WMR.com and watch the hijinks.
All right.
All right. Question here. The night Steve slid off the road into Hunter Farm's fence, who was the girl in the front seat? All right, Steve.
That would be the aforementioned Patty.
That is correct. So explain. Sliding off the road.
Sliding off the road.
By the way, how often did we see sections of that fence missing?
Every weekend.
All the time. I mean, this thing, it was white picket fence.
Yeah.
And it was down an embankment. And you would it was no big thing to drive by and go, yep, they took out 2 sections of it again.
What,
Did you?
In fact, I
did.
drove by one night. It was me and I forgot who else was in the car with me. And we saw, it was at night.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we see headlights in the woods. And we're like, there shouldn't be a car down there. And we stopped, and sure enough, there was a section of the fence taken off. This guy had blown through it, and his car went all the way down in the woods.
He was driving around the woods.
We picked him up and took him over to St. Luke's. Is that the one that was
I
close
think
by?
I was with you. Got it.
Was that you?
I think I was with you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Was that the one you took a whole bunch of the fence from? Or was
fence
it a
you
chain
took
link
out?
fence?
No, well, there was a chain link fence, and then there was another one over by, what was the park up the street on...
Faust?
What?
Faust?
Yeah, Faust Park. I took out a section of that one time, too.
It was Steve's brother's car, too. It was.
Yeah, it wasn't even my car, and we were just lightly snowing and just came around the corner and high fence.
Okay.
But when I did the one at Faust Park, when I took that out, it was Danny was in the backyard, Craig Schrader or in the back seat. Craig Schrader was in the front, and we're getting ready to turn into it. And Danny goes, "Press, put it low and floor it." And I did, and I spun a 180, and I took out that fence. And my dad was none too happy about that.
We've heard the story of the reaction. Yeah, it was pretty wild.
All right, well, our winner on line 6 is Jay. You've won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino Resort. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
All right, question number 12. What was your mutual friend Sandy's nickname, and why did she get that nickname?
It's me.
Oh, again, Preston.
Balsa.
Balsa. And how did she get that name?
Because she's so skinny and light that you could just pick her up and throw her across the room with one hand.
That is right. I have here because she was too skinny to go down the water slide.
Too skinny to go down the water slide. Balsa.
Balsa.
Balsa
okay.
wood. Yeah, she was very.
Love it.
We have a winner.
All right, so William on line 8, you have won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com at 10 a.m.
All right.
Wait, I have a quick question. So were Patty and Sandy girlfriends, or they were just in your group of friends?
They were close friends.
Okay.
Pandy and
Pandy. This is delightful panda bear.
Patty, Sandy, and Cindy were really, really, really close friends.
So you had these were the girls that would do your homework.
No. These were the girls at the Catholic school.
Oh, okay, all right.
Now, that
Catholic
was
school
some
girls.
other chick I dated when I was a junior.
All right. We have occasionally heard
on 93.3 WMMR Paranoid. It's Preston and Steve Show. 10:43. We're at the end of our program for the day today. And a really good time.
It was a good time.
Man, we had some fun discussion.
You learned about dragons?
Learned a lot about dragons today. And we did some City Beat stuff. We gave away some money and some tickets. And by the way, Barbecue tickets go on sale less than 1 day from now. Less than 24 hours from now. All right? 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So if you have not gotten yourself prepared for that, we want you to do it. And you can go to WMMR.com and get all the details, everything that you need to know coming up about Barbecue. I would like to thank Tiffany for being here this morning, performing live in our studio. She's going to be performing tonight at City Winery. And she assures us she still loves playing I Think We're Alone Now. And she performed that as well as another song here in our studio. And we had a great chat. She's a really cool person.
So people were like crying out of nostalgia. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
I had people that were texting in saying that they got so caught up in it, they got a little weepy. And they loved it. So it was really cool to have her on. Pierre, did you hear any of Tiffany?
I didn't hear the first song, but I heard the conversation, and then this, I Think We're Alone Now, which I've always loved that song. I mean, I love Tommy James' version, the original version, but and she actually was on my show briefly on Rittenhouse Square, believe it or not. They said, Tiffany's in the building. Do you want to bring her on? I said, who's Tiffany? And they go, "Oh, you idiot!" And so they brought her on, and we had a little chat for a minute. She's very nice.
What time period was this? Any idea?
I don't know. When
Okay.
did she start?
It's 87.
It was, it was
Around then?
early on, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why she was in our building because we were the only station in our building other than WIP, which was then a sports station, I think. Or maybe it was still a music station then. Anyway, it was, brief moment. I don't have any tape of it. But anyway, what she did today, she sounded great. And singing along, and then the conversation was also great.
Oh, cool. Thank you, man.
People love being on your show.
Yeah, we try to make them feel comfy.
Well, you do, and it's clear.
Thanks, man.
There you go.
All right, let's get that letter.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
N as in nerd.
All right, nerd. We are going to give away tomorrow a 4-pack of front row tickets with the early access pit passes for Monster Jam this Saturday, April 15th, Lincoln Financial Field. You can experience full throttle family fun at Monster Jam, where world-class athletes in their 12,000-pound monster trucks tear up the dirt in wide-open competitions of speed and skill. Tickets and information at monsterjam.com. So like I said, tomorrow we're going to give that away. But today, what do you have in store?
Well, we'll have more opportunities for money coming at noon and at 3 p.m. with me and Brent, and he will have another at 5. The ticket window will open for concert cash, so possibly Emma Barbecue tickets and possibly $1,000. And workforce blocks will be Led Zeppelin and Collective Soul and Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young once again in honor of night number 2. I was down at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. What a cool little town, Phoenixville.
Yeah, oh, God, I love it.
It's such a cute little main street and all these neat little shops and restaurants. And the Colonial Theater is so historic, and the Blob. And I interviewed Graham Nash on the tour bus before the show last night. And I said, "Have you ever heard of the Blob?" And he said, "No, I haven't." And I said, "Well," I told him about the history of the Blob and the fact that he was playing at the Blob Theater. He was mightily impressed.
Yes.
It was CSNY had just been inducted into the Library of Congress with Deja Vu. But he was far more impressed about being playing at the theater where the Blob was. So
the Blob himself was actually an ambassador to Denmark for a while.
Yeah, absolutely, and was a roadie for CSNY. So
wow.
Anyway, we'll have a second part of that workforce block, and part of our conversation with Graham will air today in the 1 o'clock hour.
Awesome. All right, thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan, and also brought to you by SEPTA. SEPTA offers a variety of career opportunities, so visit jobs.septa.org to apply today. All right, tomorrow on the program, comedian Moshe Kasher, or Kasher, I'm sorry, is going to be stopping by in the studio tomorrow. And it, of course, is a No Sad Bro Friday.
Oh, it's right now.
And all its No Sad Bro Friday-ness.
Yeah.
Yes, it begins as we
are
speak.
pre-Thursday, No Sad Bro.
That is it. We're done. Ray, John, have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.